It is. Yep, there you go.
All right. Well, folks, it looks like lunchtime is break time is over, and we're going to get back to it. With the concurrence of Councilmember Evans, we will turn it back over to Mr. Tully.
Concur.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you.
Chief Singletary, I want to direct your attention to April 10th, 2020. And in your notice of claim, you say that at 1:49 p.m. that day, Deputy Chief Morbito advised you of the details of the medical examiner's ruling on the death of Daniel Prude. You recall that, right?
I do.
And prior to, strike that, what did Deputy Chief Morbito tell you about the medical examiner's ruling?
So let me be clear and so you can understand this. Deputy Chief Morbito relayed information to me that he had from Commander Favor. And I should note that it's not customary for me as Chief of Police to receive the full medical examiner's report. Never in my tenure as Chief of Police did I ever receive the medical examiner's report. It always went from the medical examiner's office, as I understand it, to the medical examiner's office to the district attorney's office, then to the major crimes unit. Also of note is that we didn't have the full medical examiner's report until May 13th.
Okay.
So on April 10th, it was Good Friday. It was a holiday for the appointed staff. None of us was in the office. And when Deputy Chief relayed that information to me, he received that information from Commander Favor. It's my understanding that Deputy Chief Morbito did not have the preliminary medical examiner's report in front of him when he passed that information along to me.
Okay.
Deputy Chief Morbito passed on to me that Mr. Prude, death was ruled a homicide. There was excited delirium, as well as PCP in his system. And I used the term resisting arrest from my standpoint of remembering the video and the officers going hands on with Mr. Prude, as well as Mr. Prude resisting at some point during the time of the video. I talked with Deputy Chief Morbito. Morbito says that, he didn't recall using the words asphyxiation, and I didn't recall Deputy Chief Morbito using the words asphyxiation, as none of us had that report in front of us. Again, it was Good Friday, and none of us was in the office at a particular point in time. At that point, I don't
want to cut you off, but I want to do this piece by piece. So,
okay.
Have you communicated to me what Deputy Chief Morbito told you in the call at 1:49 p.m. on the 10th?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Yeah, have you now told me what Deputy Chief Morbito told you in the call at 1:49 p.m. on April 10th?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go back and ask a couple questions about what you just said. So when Deputy Chief Morbito spoke to you on the 10th, did he tell you that his information was from Commander Favor?
He said, I just got information, and he had said that, the commander had just called me and told me that the ruling from the medical examiner said it was a homicide.
So, and when he said the commander, you understood it was from Favor, or he specifically mentioned Favor?
Commander Favor. He
Okay.
specifically mentioned Favor.
Okay. And you said in your rather lengthy initial answer that you spoke to Deputy Chief Morbito, and he told you that he did not have the report, is I think what you said, from the medical examiner in front of him when he reported to you about the ruling of the medical examiner, right?
That is correct.
And when did you have that conversation with Deputy Chief Morbito?
This was, we confirmed yesterday, as well as probably a couple weeks ago as well.
So when I asked you first thing this morning whether you had spoken to anybody other than your lawyers about testifying today, and you told me no, you were mistaken about that.
So we had clarified information, yes.
So who else did you clarify information with before you came to testify today? Other than Deputy Chief Morbito, who you didn't mention first thing this morning.
Correct.
Well,
Chief Morbito, and I had conversations with Captain Umbrino as well.
And let's go through each one of those. Morbito, you spoke to yesterday. Any other conversations with him about your testimony other than yesterday?
Yes, yeah, we did. For clarifying points.
When did those conversations occur?
Those conversations occurred sometime over the last, couple of weeks. I remember one most recent being yesterday.
And those were conversations that you had with Deputy Chief Morbito after you were notified that you were being subpoenaed in this case, right?
Yes, I was notified I was being subpoenaed sometime last year.
Right, in October. And how many conversations did you have with Morbito about your testimony?
It was probably about 2 or 3.
And how about Umbrino? When did you speak to Captain Umbrino?
I spoke with him today, as well as maybe a couple weeks ago.
Okay. One time a couple weeks ago, or more than once?
One time a couple weeks ago.
Okay. And when did you speak to him today?
It was this morning to clarify a point that my attorneys wanted me to clarify.
Well, I don't want to know what your attorney said to you or what you said to your attorneys, but I do want to know what you and Captain Umbrino talked about this morning before your testimony.
I wanted to clarify, it was a clarification point that we had received the image report into RPD on May 13th.
What report are you referring to there?
The full medical examiner's report.
Okay, well, I'll show you those. And is Captain Umbrino still working at the department?
Yes.
And did he access, to your knowledge, departmental records in order to give you that answer this morning?
No, not to my knowledge. I think it was just something that he had on top of his head. No.
Mm-hmm. Where did you reach him when you spoke to him? Was he home or at the office?
I didn't ask.
Did he communicate to you? Did he tell you right immediately when you asked the question, or did he say, I got to get back to you and call you back?
No, you communicated immediately.
Mm-hmm. How long was that conversation?
A minute, less than a minute.
And was anybody else on the phone with you?
No.
And when you spoke to him one time a couple of weeks ago, what was the topic then?
It was the image report. So today was just a clarification that we received the image report on 5/13.
I thought he told you that today.
Correct. Today was a clarifying conversation that we received the image report on 5/13.
And what was a week ago with Captain Umbrino?
Same conversation. I wanted to clarify that. My attorneys wanted me to clarify that.
What needed to be clarified? It sounds like he told you the same thing twice.
It was clarification.
Right. But
that we received the report on May 13th.
When you say the image report, is that the term you used?
No, the full medical examiner's report.
Okay. You know what? Let's just talk about what we're talking about here. Catherine, can you pull up exhibit number 2? And Chief, I'm going to show you that, and then I'm going to show you, thank you. So this is exhibit 2, Singletary, page 67, page 67. You see that one, Chief?
Yes, I do.
Is this the medical report that you're referring to when you say that that you received it on May 13th?
No, The full medical examiner's report was like a 13 or 14-page report.
Okay. Catherine, pull up Exhibit 20 for us. Chief, I don't expect you to spend the day reading the whole document, but this is what we've pre-marked as Exhibit 20. It begins on Singletary 92 and goes for several pages. I think you have a hard copy with you. Is this the full medical report that you say you was received on May 13th?
Correct. That was received into the major crimes office on May 13th from the district attorney's office.
Got it. Okay. Catherine, you can pull those down. Well, go back for a moment to Exhibit 2. Show that to the chief. Yeah, just the one page. Have you seen this document before, Chief Singletary?
It was late sometime. I don't remember exactly when I saw the document, but it was well after, I would say probably after April sometime, at some point.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that. You can take that down, Catherine. So going back to your conversations with Chief Morbito, you say you had 2 or 3 conversations with him about your testimony, one of them yesterday. And what happened in the conversation yesterday?
It was to clarify a point that we were preparing for testimony today with regard to.
What was the point?
Did he have, it was a clarification point because we had talked about it previously to assure that, did he remember the conversation that him and I had on the 10th, as well as did he have the document in front of him when he was relaying the information to me.
Mm-hmm. And why did you want to clarify whether he recalled the conversation that the 2 of you had on the 10th?
Because as me and my attorneys were prepping for this, we wanted to make sure that, it was point of clarification between myself and Deputy Chief Morbito, as he and I were the one that had the conversation on April 10th to talk about the medical examiner's report.
Did it occur to you that Chief Morbito might be a witness in this investigation and that the 2 of you talking about your testimony might be viewed as an effort to conform your testimony with one another?
It was a point to clarify. At one point in time, he thought he might be a witness in this. I know he was subpoenaed, but he never testified.
Mm-hmm. Right. My question is a little bit different, which is that when you spoke to Chief Morbito, did it occur to you that you and him talking about the substance of your testimony might be viewed as an effort to conform your testimony with one another?
It was a clarifying point that I wanted to clarify.
So I'm not sure if that answers my question. Did it occur to you that I would conclude that you were trying to conform your testimony with him by talking to him about the substance of it before coming here today, and then not revealing that in your initial answer to my question this morning?
Well, it was to refresh my memory with regard to the conversation that him and I had about the April 10th conversation.
And when I asked you this morning if you'd spoken to anybody but your lawyers, you forgot that you spoke to Morbito yesterday and Reno this morning?
No, I may have heard the question wrong.
When Chief Morbito told you about the ME's ruling of homicide, you understood that that was a ruling that the medical examiner had concluded that Mr. Prude had died by the conduct of another person or other persons, right?
Correct.
And you understood that to mean that the officers had caused his death, correct?
I knew that the officer's involvement was an attributing factor in the ruling of homicide.
Right. were you aware that the immediate cause of death, whether it was described as asphyxia or something else, was the conduct of police officers when Chief Morbito gave you the ruling or described to you the ruling on April 10th?
Yes.
And, sorry?
That wasn't for me.
Okay. And your testimony is that he did not use the term asphyxia when he spoke to you on April 10th. Is that it?
Correct.
And, but you understood when he explained to you what his understanding of the medical examiner's ruling was, that it was a death caused by a physical restraint by police officers, right?
Yes, based on what we had at the time when I had watched the video, I knew that there was some physical contact with Mr. Prude while he was on the ground, and that the officers had stabilized him while on the ground. And we knew that the possibility that the MEs would rule that would be a homicide, given that it wasn't of natural causes.
Right. I understand what you understood when you saw the video. I just want to be really clear that when you spoke to Morbito, you knew by what he conveyed to you that Mr. Prude had been killed by officers of the Rochester Police Department, right?
Correct.
Okay. And your testimony is that there was no mention of asphyxia, but you still had the understanding that the death was caused by police, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long was the conversation that you had with Morbito?
It was probably about maybe, I think might have been on the phone 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And if we go to Exhibit 1 for a minute, I want to direct your attention to page Singletary 10, text number 45. Do you see that at the bottom of the page?
Let's see, just 45. Yes.
Okay. And text 45 at the bottom of that page is a text from you to Mayor Warren at 2:15, or I'm sorry, 2:14 Eastern, where you write, "Mayor, when you have a moment, can you give me a call? Want to fill you in on the ME's ruling for Daniel Prude, the gentleman from Jefferson Avenue who was on PCP." Do you see that?
Yes, that was a text message that I sent to the mayor at 2:14 in the afternoon.
Right. And my question is, did you communicate with anybody about the Prude matter between when you got off the phone with Chief Morbito and when you texted the mayor at 2:14?
Yes, I communicated with Corporation Counsel. I sent a text message to Corporation Counsel, Tim Curtin, as well as Deputy Corporation Counsel, Patrick Beath, and ultimately later on in the day, Communications Director, Justin Roy.
Okay. Right. I'm talking really about that period of time just between when you got off the phone with Morbito and when you texted the mayor. So your recollection is that that's when you texted Tim Curtin and Patrick Beath, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm going to show you what we previously marked as Exhibit 17A. Catherine, if you could pull that up. Before we talk about that, let me ask a couple questions, Chief. While you were having your conversation with Chief Morbito, did you take any notes of what you were being told?
No.
So you can show us the first page of Exhibit 17A. I think it's just actually a one-pager. This is a document bearing the number Singletary 294. And this is a text message from you to Mr. Curtin and Mr. Beath at 2:26 p.m. on April 10th, 2020, right?
That is correct.
So looking at that and the previous exhibit, would you agree that you texted the mayor first and then Mr. Curtin and Mr. Beath?
That is correct.
Okay, you could take that down, Catherine, for the moment. We'll come back to that. And Catherine, if you could pull up Exhibit 18. So Chief Singletary, this is an exhibit bearing the Bates numbers Singletary 100 through 107. This is a copy of the email that you sent to Justin Roy on the subject of the Prude medical examiner ruling on Friday the 10th at 5:34 p.m., right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you attach a number of documents to what you sent to Justin Roy, right?
That is correct.
Can you tell us what these are? Let's turn to the next page, Singletary 101.
Yep.
What is this document?
This is the document, the investigative action report narrative that was done by an investigator in the major crimes unit who had was part of the initial response and that night on March 23rd.
Okay. And look at page 105, Catherine, thanks. What is this document at Singletary 105?
This document is a major crimes unit and Genesee section, Burke, mental hygiene arrest follow-up with regard to the incident concerning Mr. Prude that morning on March 23rd. It's a summary, preliminary summary of the incident so that Director Roy would have some account as to what was going on that morning. And I also sent him the email as well about such.
Right, we're not up to that yet. In terms of the documents that you attached, where did those come from? How did you get your hands on those?
Those documents, so when this started, I started a folder labeled Daniel Prude. I started a folder on my computer, and I had my computer with me at the time, and these were the documents that I had with me that I sent to Director Roy. As again, it was Good Friday, and I wasn't in the office, so this is what I had available to me at that particular point in time. And I sent this, like I said, with the email, and following the email says, any questions, let me know.
Where was that, a laptop computer?
Correct.
Correct. I don't know if you got that, Celeste.
I heard him say it was. Did you say it was?
Yes. Sorry.
Was that a city-owned laptop computer, or was that a personal laptop computer?
City-owned laptop computer.
And when you left city service, what happened to that computer?
It remained at the office.
Okay. Do you know who took custody of it, if anybody?
No, it remained in the office when I left.
Have a look at Singletary 101. Next, going back. I'm going to represent to you that I read these documents pretty carefully, and just focusing first on the investigative action report. I see reference, and I'll point you to exactly what I'm talking about in a moment. I see reference to the officers having stabilized Mr. Prude during the mental health arrest, but I don't see any references to an officer applying segmentation, a hypoglossal nerve pinch, or a knee to the back. Now, where I'm focusing is on the first page, which is 101, the second to last paragraph. the last two sentences, which says the officers applied a spit sock and laid the subject prone on the ground, stabilizing him until the arrival of AMR. While stabilizing him, he vomited and then went unresponsive. I don't see anywhere else in this document where segmentation, hypoglossal, pressure point, or knee in the back are referenced. Did you select this document because it did not mention those items or any of those items?
No. As I stated, it was Good Friday. I was at home. This is what I had available to me in my folder. And this is what I sent to Director Roy. Again, there was no attempt to cover this up. We did everything the right way, by the book. There was no attempt to cover this up.
Why were you home on Good Friday? Was that a religious holiday that you were observing?
No, it was a holiday.
Sorry, it was a work holiday?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a holiday for the city of Rochester.
Got it. Okay.
We're by appointed staff,
I'm sorry, start again.
We're by appointed staff had the day off, so we're off.
Have a look at Singletary 105, which is the major crimes unit report. And again, I noticed that there's no reference here to the segmenting, the hypoglossal pressure point, or the knee in the back in this report. And I'll direct your attention to the second full paragraph on page 105, where the report simply reads, Officers Vaughn, Talladay, and Frank Santiago used force to keep Prude on the ground. Do you have any explanation for why there's no mention of the kind of force that's being used by those officers in that report?
I do not. This
Did
report was not written by me.
Understood. Did you select this report to send on to Justin Roy because it did not contain the references to segmentation, hypoglossal, pressure point, or knee in the back?
No. This report was the only report that I had available to me at that time in my folder, in my laptop, City of Rochester laptop at the time. I sent these documents to Justin Roy so he would have them available to review, as he was not in a loop, as was the Corporation Counsel, as well as the Deputy Corporation Counsel. We had conversation about such, beginning with Tim Curtin on April 3rd. So they were in the loop on the specifics of the incident. Director Roy had not been. And from my understanding, based on the Office of Public Integrity report,
I'm sorry, based on the what?
Based on the Office of Public Integrity report, it's my understanding that Justin Roy never opened the attachment.
So I want to focus again on the memo, the cover memo that you sent with this exhibit. Catherine, if you'll go back to page 1 of the exhibit. Right. You wrote this to Mr. Roy about 3 hours after your conversation with Chief Morbito, a little less than 3 hours. You wrote, and I quote, officers did stabilize the individual on the ground. While doing so, he stopped breathing. You see that?
Yes.
And you made a decision when you wrote that not to include a reference to segmentation techniques, correct?
Correct. I mean, my understanding is segmentation is a form of stabilization.
But you didn't call out segmentation of Mr. Prude's head when you wrote this to Mr. Roy, right?
That is correct. Once again, it's a
technical question, Chief.
Yeah, let me finish. Once again, it's a technical term, a defensive tactics term, that when I talk to ordinary, people, I wouldn't use technical terms. I would try to use vernacular that they would understand. So I use stabilization.
And do you consider the possibility that someone might use the term, or a layperson might read the term stabilization to not even be a use of force in any respect? That's, you're kind of assisting the person or helping the person by stabilizing them?
No, in my manner, you know, I mean, I guess he can interpret it that by reading this, if we read it, and clarify if there was a point to clarify if he didn't understand something. But stabilization would mean holding someone's head, you know, I mean, holding someone's part of their body on the ground, using force to do so.
I guess I'm confused because on the one hand, you're telling me that you didn't want to use the term segmentation because it was sort of a police term, a technical term. But on the other hand, you use the term stabilize, which is also a technical term. And I'm trying to understand why you drew that distinction. Can you explain?
I really didn't put too much thought into whether we're using stabilize or stabilization.
Okay. You also didn't mention the hypoglossal pressure point when you wrote this to Mr. Roy, right?
Correct.
And you didn't mention the knee in the back when you wrote this to Mr. Roy?
Correct. Again, this was just a brief email to Mr. Roy to put him in a loop, as that the ME's, the medical examiner's office had came back with a ruling of a homicide.
We'll talk about in the loop in a moment. You also didn't mention that officers engaged in an arm hold on Mr. Prude when you wrote to Justin Roy, did you?
An arm hold?
Yes. Isn't that a term that we've seen in some of the documentation?
If you can point to me where, I'll be happy to see.
Sure. What I promise you, I will do it after the next break because I'm having trouble laying my hands on it. And I don't want to hold up the committee. When did you first hear the term asphixia as having been the immediate cause of death of Mr. Prude?
I don't remember exact date when I heard the term asphyxia.
Can you
I don't remember.
tell me what month and year?
It would have been probably 2020, but I don't remember when.
Was it before or after August 4th?
It was I'm sure it was before August 4th.
Was it before or after April 27th?
No, I'm pretty sure it wasn't before April 27th.
If I suggest to you that what we've marked as, and Catherine, we don't need to pull this up just yet, but if I suggest to you that what we've marked as Exhibit 2, strike that. Do you think you first heard the term asphyxia when you saw the medical examiner's report on May 13th?
I know the department received the report on May 13th. I don't remember when actually I laid eyes on the report myself.
Do you know what year you laid eyes on the report?
It would have been 2020. Yeah, the incident occurred in 2020. I left the department in September of 2020, so it would have been the year 2020.
Mm-hmm. How about what month?
I don't remember. The report came May 13th, and I would say it came to major crimes. Usually may take a couple of days to get up to my office. As I stated earlier, it wasn't customary for the chief of police to receive medical examiner's reports. In this case, it would have been because the officers were involved in this incident that the ME had determined that it was a homicide. In this particular incident, I can't remember when I saw the report.
So you testified earlier, Chief, that it was your decision to include the phrase resisting arrest in your email to Mr. Roy and your text message with your text message with Tim Curtin and Patrick Beath, correct?
Correct.
And why did you include that?
The word resisting arrest?
Yeah, phrase
Because,
resisting arrest.
again, I didn't hear the term asphyxia, asphyxiation, or complications of asphyxia in the setting of physical restraint. Again, Deputy Chief Joe Morbito didn't have the report in front of him. I don't recall it from the conversation that him and I had. And I just didn't recall it, having that information in front of me at that particular point in time.
Well, resisting arrest is a criminal charge, right?
That is correct. So the reason why I chose the term.
Let me just ask my questions, if you would, Chief.
Go ahead.
I think it'll go faster if we do it that way.
Okay.
So resisting arrest is a criminal charge that an officer can assert and the DA can charge against an individual for certain conduct, right?
Correct.
And that charge was not lodged against Mr. Prude, right?
Right.
And when you wrote the memo, the email on the 10th, after Mr. Prude's death, to Mr. Roy, you knew that Mr. Prude had not been charged with resisting arrest, right?
Correct.
And you had previously, Catherine, if you pull up Exhibit 17A, you had previously used the same term, resisting arrest, at 2:26 p.m. when you communicated what you said was the medical examiner's findings to Mr. Curtin and Mr. Beath, right?
Right.
And when you did that, you knew that Mr. Prude had not been charged with resisting arrest, right?
Right. It was knowing that, watching the body worn camera video, what I had remembered while watching the body worn camera video at some point in time, that was the reason why the officers went hands on. And I remembering that there was possibility that it would be attributed to the medical examiner's ruling of cause of death, which was a homicide. So it was a matter of me remembering resisting.
Why would the medical examiner attribute a cause of death or a contributing factor to a cause of death to a criminal charge? I mean, you understood, strike that. You understood that it was the restraint that killed Mr. Prude when you got the communication from Morbito, right?
Yes, based on the information that he had received from Commander Favor.
So why did you simply say that it was a restraint? Why did you say resisting arrest as opposed to the officers restrained Mr. Prude? Wouldn't that have been more clear?
Probably would have been to whoever was reading it, but it's what I remembered the conversation that Deputy Chief Morbito and I had, and from what I remember watching the video. Again, it was information that was relayed to me without having the report in front of me. I wish I had the report in front of me.
What specifically did you recall when you decided to include the term resisting arrest, which is a criminal charge, as the reason given by the medical examiner? What were you recalling from the videotape that led you to believe that the medical examiner would rely on a criminal charge as a cause of death or contributing factor?
Well, it wasn't really, my concern was really about the medical examiner. It was just what I had kind of recalled from the conversation, the brief conversation that I had with Deputy Chief Joe Morbito, as well as my remembering what I saw on the body worn camera when I had watched it. And there was a point in time while I watched the video that it appeared that the officers were physically involved with Mr. Prude, and they restrained him while he was on the ground, while he was somewhat resisting them a little bit.
Do you believe that every time an officer restrains a civilian, that means that the civilian has engaged in the crime of resisting arrest?
No.
And Chief Morbito didn't use the term resisting arrest when he described the medical examiner's findings to you.
I remember him using the term resisting, and that's what I remember from the video as well.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that answer?
I remember him using the term resisting, and that was what I remember from watching the video.
Thank you.
As you sit here today, since you've had some conversations with Chief Morbito, do you know when he received a copy of what we've marked as Exhibit 2? And Catherine, if you can pull that up. Do you know when Chief Morbito first received a copy of this document?
I don't.
Catherine, let's go back to Exhibit 18. Did you expect Mr. Roy to inform the mayor of the findings that you were reporting as the findings of the medical examiner?
No, it was just to keep him in the loop. Obviously, he was not made aware of this incident, so I wanted to keep him aware of what was going on. Typically, we always had conversations when there was an incident that rose to the level that would touch the mayor or touch his office. So I had conversations with him about this.
And why did you think this incident was going to rise to the level of touching the mayor or touching Mr. Roy's office?
Well, it had been ruled a homicide by the ME's office.
And why does that, in your view, rise to the level of something that would touch the mayor?
Because there was police involvement, and that was the primary reason that I had reached out to the mayor initially, because there were officers who were involved in this incident with Mr. Prude that went unconscious initially, and then ultimately passing.
It's more than police involvement, Chief, right? The police officers caused the death, right?
Correct.
And in your time as chief, had you had any occasions where police officers had caused the death of civilians other than an officer-involved shooting?
No.
And how many officer-involved shootings were you the chief during which those things occurred?
Officer-involved shootings, I remember one. Two off the top of my head. The day I was sworn in, June of 2020. I'm sorry, June of 2019, as well as there was another incident, I want to say earlier in 2020.
Did in either of those situations, was somebody shot fatally?
No.
No. Okay. So would it be fair to say that the death of Mr. Prude in custody was the first time that somebody died at the hands of police during your period as chief?
That is correct.
It's the only time, as it happens, right? Thankfully.
Yes.
There were no subsequent deaths in custody or officer-involved shootings where people died, right?
No.
Okay. Looking at the email that you sent to Mr. Roy, why did you mention to him that, quote, the family about a week ago reached out to law department for a preservation request on all documentation and video?
Why did I mention it to him?
Yeah.
Because they did.
Okay. And why did you think that was significant enough that you wanted him to know about that?
I had just got a phone with Corporation Counsel, and me notifying them was obviously the result of the ruling, but also from the preservation letter that they had sent on April 3rd.
We're going to go back to your text message to Mr. Curtin and Mr. Beath, but just a simple yes or no will do on this one. Did you have a phone conversation with Mr. Curtin and Mr. Beath or Mr. Beath after your text message to him about the Prude matter?
On which date?
Just got off the phone on this day, on the 10th. You said, I just got off the phone with the Corp Counsel. Did you speak to him, or was that just the text message that you're referring to?
I believe it was just a text message.
Okay. And when you said the mayor has been in the loop on such since 3/23, what were you trying to communicate to Mr. Roy at that point?
She had been aware of the circumstances as a result to Mr. Prude on March 23rd, as well as March 30th.
So you're referring to the two conversations that you had that you testified about this morning. Anything else?
No.
Okay. And when you said law is in the loop, what were you referring to there?
My communication with Corporation Counsel Tim Curtin, him and I had talked on April 3rd, and as well as I had just spoken to them earlier in the day on the 10th.
You spoke to them earlier on the 10th?
Well, text message, via text message.
And when you say, I am just waiting for the mayor to call me back to give her the update on the ME's ruling, you hadn't called the mayor as of that point, had you? You had texted her.
Correct, I texted the mayor.
Right. Let's have a look, Catherine, if you could, at text that you sent to, I'm sorry, number 17A. Make that bigger, yeah. Okay.
Andy,
Yes,
can you just take that down for a second?
sure.
Thank you. I sent you an email.
Oh, sorry, I'm not looking at my email. Catherine, can you take that down? Okay. We'll see if Catherine can do that. So Catherine, with respect to Exhibit 17A, if it's possible, it would be great to redact the phone numbers so that we're not unduly broadcasting them. But do you have a copy, Chief Singletary, of 17A and hard copy so we can continue the examination?
I don't have copies of 17A. No, we don't.
You have a copy of the text message that you sent on April 10th, 2020 at 2:26 on either on your phone or somewhere among the other papers that you have with you today?
Is it part of one of the exhibits, the one that you marked? I'm not sure. I'm looking through the exhibits.
Yes.
The text message on April 10th?
Yes, that 17A. It's just the.
I don't have 17A, but if it's one of the exhibits in the text messages, if you.
No, I took it out of there, so it's not there. So let me read you a couple of things from that message without showing it, Catherine, and we'll go from there, okay? In your message to, well, I'll read you the whole message just so you have it, okay? At 2:26 on April 10th, you wrote to Tim Curtin and Patrick Beath, "Afternoon, gentlemen, and happy Good Friday. About a week ago, you all received a preservation order for the arrest of Daniel Prude. Prude was arrested on Jeff Avenue on 323, went unconscious, and was pronounced on 330. As expected, the ME ruled the death a homicide with the attributing factors of his death being PCP in his system per tox reports, excited delirium, and resisting arrest. There are 3 bullets. Let's stop there, and I'm going to ask a couple questions about that. Why did you say that the finding of homicide was expected?
Well, we had knew that the officers were involved, went hands on with Mr. Prude when he went unconscious, and that there was a possibility that we did not know the cause of death at the time by the ME, but it's possible that it may have been ruled a homicide.
Well, if
this is based on experiences that we've seen across the country, as well as we had an incident back in a couple years back where there was a tasing incident that was ruled a homicide because obviously it was not of natural causes. There were attributing factors that led to the death.
Well, you would agree that if Mr. Prude had died of an overdose, that would not be a homicide, right?
Yes.
And in terms of, you have the 3 bullet points, PCP in his system per tox reports, excited delirium, and then the third is resisting arrest. As to PCP in his system per tox reports and excited delirium, is that the order in which Chief Morbito described to you the contributing factors to the cause of death for Mr. Prude?
I don't remember if they were the order that he gave them to me.
Okay. Have you asked Chief Morbito whether he has notes of or a written record of what he communicated to you on April 10th?
I did not. I just know that he did not have the actual image preliminary report in front of him.
I'm sorry that he didn't have the actual.
Preliminary medical examiner's report in front of him.
Well, you said that he didn't have the medical examiner's report in front of him because that didn't come until May 13th, right?
Correct.
And that was the full report that has the date April 22nd on it, so he wouldn't have had that on April 10th, right?
Correct.
The preliminary report, which we've shown you as Exhibit 2, does not have a date on it, correct? Want to have a look?
Correct.
Okay.
Look at that.
And you've told us, just to be clear, that you don't know when that preliminary report, which is Exhibit 2, made its way to the police department, right?
I believe that report made its way to the police department sometime around April 10th, I believe, but I'm not 100% certain.
How do you know that?
I was talking to Captain Morbito several weeks back.
And does he have an email or some other document that connects when the preliminary report arrived at the PD?
I'm not sure.
Have you asked Captain, strike that, have you asked Chief Morbito whether he had the preliminary report in front of him as opposed to the final report from the ME when he spoke to you at 1:49 on April 10th?
You said, did he have the preliminary report in front of him?
Did you
Yes.
ask?
He did not.
Okay. You communicate in the next part of the message to Mr. Curtin, Captain Umbrino from Major Crimes will be meeting the ME next week to gather further info as to her conclusion. Just wanted to give you a heads up. No. Oh, good. Oh, good for you. Thank you, Catherine.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't understand that one. Okay. We'll be meeting with the medical examiner.
Thank you for doing that, Catherine. Let me go back and start the question again. So as you'll now see on the screen, you write, Captain Umbrino from Major Crimes will be meeting with the ME next week to gather further info as to her conclusion. Did that ever happen?
I'm not sure. That's what Deputy Chief here relayed to me, that Captain Morbito will be meeting with the medical examiners.
Did anybody strike that? Did you ever make any effort to find out whether Umbrino met with the medical examiner to gather further information?
No.
Why not?
If there was further information that I needed to know, I'm sure it would have gotten to me.
Okay. Have you ever discussed this issue of Umbrino's potentially meeting with the medical examiner with either Captain Umbrino or Chief Morbito?
No.
Okay. When you reached out to Justin, you can take that down, Catherine. Thank you. When you communicated about the Prude death to Mr. Roy, did you also communicate about the Prude death to the public information officer at the police department, Miss Sherman, I believe her name is?
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Sherman, is that right? Or Schuman? Jackie Schuman?
Jackie Schuman? I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe Jackie Schuman may have been out on maternity leave during this time.
So that's a no, that you didn't communicate this information to her?
Yeah, if she was out on maternity leave, I would not have communicated whether investigator Frank Camp would have been filling in for her if he was there that day.
Did somebody let investigator Camp know that this medical examiner had reached a conclusion about the Prude death?
Yes, it was pretty much knowledge in our office. Public knowledge.
How do you know that?
It was talked about, in the office. But I can't say per se that Frank Camp knew. But I mean, if I had to guess, I would say he knew.
Yeah, because it was big news at the public safety building that Mr. Prude had done in the hands of police, right?
Frank Camp was my aide, and he was filling in for the public information officer. So
He was filling in for the what officer?
For the public information officer.
Thank you.
Sorry.
As of at 5:34, when you sent Mr. Roy the message that you sent to him, were you awaiting a call back from the mayor at that point to talk about the Prude finding?
Yes.
And did you ever get one?
No.
Did you ever send a follow-up text to her saying, Mayor, I don't know if you saw this earlier text, but we should talk?
I did not. She didn't text me back. I assumed she was busy.
And you didn't send an email to her setting forth what you had wanted to communicate, right?
No, the primary method of communication between the mayor and I was text message. And I would give her a text message, Mayor, can you give me a call when you get a second, or something of the sort. And in this case, it was so serious that I wanted to have a conversation with her about it, as I knew that there would be follow-up questions with respect to the ruling being a homicide.
Fair enough. You would agree that you decided not to put into writing to the mayor the findings of the medical examiner as you understood them to be at that point, right? That was
Sorry, what was the last part of it? The volume's kind of low.
Sorry, that you decided on April 10th not to put into writing to the mayor the findings of the medical examiner as you understood them to be, right?
Yes, I wanted to have a phone conversation with the mayor.
Put them in writing to Mr. Curtin, right?
Correct.
By text, right?
Correct.
And also Mr. Beath, right?
That is correct.
And also in a lengthy email to Mr. Roy, you put those findings in writing, correct?
Correct. Mr. Roy was not aware of the incident prior to that email. That's why I gave him the documents as well as a summary email as to what it was about. Corporation Counsel was aware of the incident. The mayor, I wanted to have a phone conversation with her. I didn't want to put that in a text message to her, as I knew that there would be follow-up questions with regard to that subject.
Okay. And did you believe that by writing what you wrote to Mr. Curtin and Mr. Beath that there would not be any follow-up questions from them?
Certainly, if there was, they would have called. I think there is a reply from Mr. Curtin on the text message. Don't remember what the reply was. I think he said, "Okay, thanks, Chief."
Yeah, it's from Patrick Beath, actually. It's
okay.
Thanks for the update, Chief. Right.
No problem. Yes. And then I think there was also a reply from Justin Roy as well.
Chief Singletary, your notice of claim, which we can put up if it helps you, but I don't know that it's necessary, says that you spoke to Mayor Warren on April 13th at City Hall about the Prude matter. Do you recall that conversation as you sit here today?
Yes.
Did you speak to the mayor on any subject between April 10th, when you sent her the text message, and April 13th, when you encountered her at City Hall?
I did not.
Okay. And did you make any, I asked previously whether you tried to text her or email her. You explained that you didn't and why. Did you try to call her during that period of the 10th to the 13th to follow up on the Prude matter?
No, after the initial text that I sent, I think around 2-ish that afternoon on the 10th, and not receiving a call, no, I did not. I knew I had a press conference about violence on Monday, April 13th. And that's where I had an opportunity, the first chance to see Mayor Warren.
Okay. And you didn't think it was important enough to call her over the weekend and fill her in on this important finding. Is that fair?
No, I did. I sent the mayor a text, and the mayor typically would always call me back. So I
Right.
figured she was busy.
In this case, she didn't, and you didn't feel it necessary to pick up the phone and call her, right?
I made the initial notify to the mayor as to what I wanted to talk to her about.
And then you didn't call her. Just want to be clear on that.
I texted the mayor because I wanted to have a conversation with the mayor.
What were the circumstances of your conversation with the mayor on the 13th at City Hall?
It was after our press conference. She was walking back to her office by the elevator. I followed her. We stopped by the elevator, and my chief of staff, Tommy Shaw, was within sight. It was probably about 15 to 20 feet away, and maybe a little further, 15, 20 feet away. And we were by the elevator. I told the mayor, I said, Mayor, I sent you a text over the weekend about the medical examiner's office coming back with a ruling of homicide in the Mr. Prude incident on Jefferson Avenue. And she said, homicide? And I said, yeah, we kind of figured that it would be ruled a homicide based on the attributing factors that the officers helped Mr. Prude down. And I went further to continue to explain again how the officers stabilized Mr. Prude on the ground. We also talked about the incident that occurred on Tremont Street, where that incident was ruled a homicide, and that was an attributing factor because the individual was tased and he didn't die of natural causes.
Okay. When you spoke to the mayor at City Hall on the 13th by the elevator, is it your belief that Mr. Shaw could hear what the two of you were talking about?
He was about 15 to 20 feet away. I had asked Tommy Shaw if he had heard the conversation, and he stated that he had not heard the conversation, but he did see the mayor and I talking by the elevator.
When did you ask Mr. Shaw that question?
I asked Mr. Shaw that question, let's see, maybe 2 weeks ago.
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
And that was another person that you didn't tell me about this morning when I asked if you talked to others about your testimony, right?
Yeah, that was trying to clarify to make sure I had the information correct about this. Yes. Yes.
I understand the reason. I'm just saying that was somebody that you did not disclose to me this morning when I asked you if you'd spoken to other people about your testimony, right?
Again, I heard the question.
How long was the conversation at City Hall with the mayor on this subject?
It was probably about a matter of 5 minutes by the elevator.
Was anybody else within earshot?
No, it was just the mayor and I. Everybody from the communications department was in the room where we had just completed the press conference. It was a virtual press conference, and the mayor and I had a conversation outside the elevator doors.
Mm-hmm. When you say you mentioned to the mayor in this conversation that, well, first of all, when you told her that it was a homicide, she expressed surprise at that? Yes,
I told her about it being a homicide, and I talked to her about the PCP, and I talked to her about excited delirium, and I say we use the term complications of resisting arrest.
So let's go through those. What did you tell Mayor Warren on the 13th in City Hall about the PCP in relation to the finding of the medical examiner as to Mr. Prude?
I said that he had PCP in his system, it was acute PCP, and also excited delirium were some of the factors, as well as I think he used complications of resisting arrest, and the overall ruling was a homicide. And she said homicide, and I said yes, similar to the incident on Tremont Street. And also we kind of knew that the officers kind of would be a attributing factor to the ME's ruling of homicides, given the fact that they had physically restrained Mr. Prude while he was on the ground. He went unconscious.
Did you do anything between the 10th and the 13th to obtain a copy of written documentation of the medical examiner's findings before you reported them to Mayor Warren?
No, I had no, at that time, I didn't have any idea that there was actually anything documented describing such. I only knew the information that was relayed to me from Deputy Chief Joe Morbito. I didn't have any documentation about such.
Okay. And so you believe that the medical examiner's ruling was just going to be communicated orally to the police department, that there wouldn't be a writing?
Well, the full report always goes to the district attorney's office, as I understand it, and is passed on to the major crimes unit. Again, it wasn't customary for the chief of police to receive the medical examiner's report. In this situation, there were special circumstances. It didn't arrive into the police department until May 13th. I had passed the information along as I had been relayed to from Deputy Chief Joe Morbito.
Who was the decedent in the Tremont Street incident? What was the person's
I don't
name?
recall. I don't remember the gentleman's name.
You remember what year or month and year it occurred?
I know it was a couple years back. I just remember the officer that was involved.
When you spoke to the mayor at City Hall on the 13th, had you been made aware that that the immediate cause of death for Mr. Prude was complications from asphyxia in the setting of physical restraint?
No, I didn't hear those words. No.
Okay. Did you tell the mayor on the 13th that the death of Mr. Prude had been caused by members of your department?
I told the mayor that we had figured that the ruling would be a homicide by the ME's office, given the fact that the officers had physical involvement.
So that's a no. You didn't tell her that the officers killed Mr. Prude.
I didn't use those words.
Wow.
That the Rochester police officers killed Mr. Prude.
Wow.
I used that the medical examiner's report came back as homicide, and explained as I knew them, as I had received information from Deputy Chief Joe Morbito. As again, I didn't have the information in front of me. I talked about QPCP. I talked about excited delirium, as well as complications of resisting arrest.
What did you
knowing that the officers had physically held Mr. Prude down, and he went unconscious.
What was the what did you say to her about excited delirium?
I said he had PCP in his system, which they attributed to obviously excited delirium.
What is excited delirium? Do you know?
I don't know the exact medical term, but I know it's a racing of with the heart and things of that nature. I don't know the exact medical term for excited delirium.
So would it be fair to say that your description of the ME's findings to the mayor on the 13th was the same as your description of the ME's findings to Justin Roy on the 10th and to Beath and Curtin on the 10th?
Correct, that the overall nature of the ME's ruling was a homicide.
Well, I'm trying to be a little more specific than that. You talk in those two communications, one to Justin Roy and the one to Curtin and Beath, about the finding of homicide and the three factors. And my question to you is that what you told the mayor on the 13th in City Hall?
Yes, what I just relayed to you. One, the conversations or the text message that I had with Corporation Counsel and the email that I sent to Justin Roy was just that. It was an email and a text message. This was a conversation that the mayor and I were having on the elevator on the 13th.
Was there any discussion, strike that, why did you describe Mr. Shaw as a witness to your conversation with the mayor?
Because he was present and he saw the mayor and I talking by the elevator, and the mayor had recounted that she did not remember the conversation by the elevator after the press conference.
And when you described him as a witness in your statement in the notice of claim, did you recall that he was 15 or 20 feet away from you during this conversation?
Say, did I what?
Yeah, when you decided to describe Mr. Shaw as a witness to this conversation with the mayor, did you recall that he was 15 or 20 feet away from you when you had the conversation with the mayor?
Yes.
And you were aware at that point that Mr. Shaw did not hear what was said between you and the mayor, right?
At that point in time, I don't think I was. I wasn't aware of whether he heard the conversation or not. I know in September, Tommy Shaw and I had a conversation because I wanted him to pull the date of the day of the press conference. When this is when the mayor said she didn't remember hearing the medical examiner's ruling.
And did you believe when you described Mr. Shaw as a witness in your notice of claim, did you believe that him standing 15 or 20 feet away, that your tone of voice in terms of how you communicated with the mayor that day would have allowed him to hear what you were saying to her?
I don't know. At that time, I didn't know if Tommy Shaw had heard exactly what the mayor and I were talking about.
Was there any discussion on the 13th or in the days that followed about whether or not, now that the medical examiner had reached a conclusion of homicide, the circumstances of the Prude mental health arrest should be made public?
Was there any time afterwards it should have been made public? Was there any conversation?
Yes, with the mayor.
No, there was not. There was not. After the April 13th meeting that Tommy Shaw was a witness to, no, there was no conversation about that.
Well, he was a witness from 15 or 20 feet away, just to be clear.
He was a witness to the meeting that me and the mayor had by the elevator.
From 15 or 20 feet away.
It was a witness to the meeting.
Right, not to what was said, I guess. That's your point, that he did not witness what was said. Okay. At any time on the 13th or after, was there any discussion with the mayor or anybody about the possibility of notifying the public that there was a criminal investigation underway of members of the RPD, and that in the context of the medical examiner finding that Mr. Prude had died as a result of police activity?
Was there a conversation with anybody? No.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Was there a conversation with anyone? No.
Did it cross your mind that the public might want to know that somebody had been killed by police in Rochester when you communicated that to the mayor?
No, it didn't cross my mind at that particular point in time. No.
Immediately following the April 13th meeting, were there any follow-up steps that you understood it would be your responsibility to carry out?
No, at that time, again, we had ordered the investigations, the internal and the criminal investigations were underway by this time, April 13th, and we were waiting for those investigations to kind of proceed, and they were in progress. So there was nothing additional from an internal standpoint that we could do.
I think you said earlier today that it was on around the 16th when you learned that the Office of the Attorney General had assumed jurisdiction over the Prude matter, right?
Yeah, around the 21st, we received a letter, I believe, from the Attorney General's office. And that was the letter that was given to Sergeant Zinalovic or copied in.
Have a look, Catherine, if you could pull up Exhibit 50. I'm focusing for a moment on paragraph 19. Chief, are you with me?
Yes.
So at the beginning of paragraph 19 on Exhibit 50, you say on April 16th, I learned from the Office of the Monroe County District Attorney that the New York State Attorney General's office had assumed jurisdiction over the investigation. And I don't know if there's a discrepancy here or if my recollection is faulty about your previous testimony, but was it the 16th that you learned or the 21st or some other time?
I believe we received a letter on the 21st, and the 16th, we may have been made aware of it in the department, but I know that the 21st, we received an actual official letter.
Okay, but in your notice of claim, you say I learned from the Office of the Monroe County DA about the Attorney General's takeover on the 16th. So is that correct or is that incorrect?
I would say it's correct. I mean, it's over almost a year ago.
You could, Kathleen, you can take that down. Did you believe that the Attorney General's involvement in, or that is to say their assumption of jurisdiction over the Prude criminal investigation somehow precluded the city from making a public notification about the facts and circumstances of Mr. Prude's mental health arrest and his death?
No, I wasn't involved in those conversations with regard to making that determination. I know that there was talk between the mayor and Corporation Counsel, and I know that there was conversations with the Attorney General's office.
Right. My question is, I appreciate the answer about conversations. I'm just asking about your understanding. Did you ever have the understanding that the AG's involvement and the takeover of the matter by the AG precluded the city from making a public statement about the facts and circumstances of Mr. Prude's arrest and death?
Based on conversations that I was hearing, that's what was my understanding.
And did you take any action or fail to take any action as police chief based on that understanding?
No.
Okay. Did you have do you have an understanding about whether the Attorney General's takeover of jurisdiction on the Prude matter would impact how the Attorney General might respond to a FOIA request for information related to the Prude mental health arrest?
No, while those discussions were going on, I was not aware of any conversations.
Okay. I think we covered this a little earlier, but just to reset the table, you had a meeting with the mayor on April 27th, right? In which the Prude matter was discussed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were there any meetings or communications with the mayor between April 13th and the 27th in which the Prude matter was discussed?
There were none.
And I believe you testified, but just to get it clear, that between April 27th and August 4th, there were no meetings or communications between you and the mayor at which the Prude matter was discussed.
April 27th and August 4th, no.
Okay. And there came a time on August 4th when you did have a meeting with the mayor to discuss the Prude matter, correct?
That is correct.
What were the circumstances by which that meeting came to pass?
Corporation Counsel Tim Curtin sent me a text message, and what's the text message that I have here? Text message basically says, "Chief, did the mayor see the video?" And that's where I responded, "I don't believe she has." You know, he talked to me about the Prude family filing a lawsuit for like $75 million.
Okay.
And then he said, I think we should show the mayor if she hasn't seen it already. And then at that point in time, I think that message came about noon, around noontime. And then 4 hours later, the mayor asked me to come over to her office after having a brief conversation on the phone with her.
After having a brief conversation?
On the phone.
After having a
On
brief
the phone with her.
conversation, correct. She called me and asked me about the video.
And I'm sorry, you said you had the brief conversation on the phone with the mayor that day. What time was that?
That was 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, she asked me about the video. That was 4 o'clock.
Okay. When, so between the text message from Mr. Curtin and 4 p.m., did you do anything with respect to the Prude matter?
No, not at that point, no.
Okay.
It just left it as corporation counsel saying, yeah, I think we probably should get together and show the mayor.
Got it. Were you surprised to that Mr. Curtin was asking you whether the mayor had seen the Prude body-worn camera footage?
I wouldn't say I was surprised, but it was something that came out of, I mean, we haven't talked about this in quite some time between the mayor and I. But I think the last conversation I had with Mr. Curtin about it was in June when we talked about the FOIA.
Right. That would be the June 5th Teams meeting that you described?
That is correct.
No other conversations with Mr. Curtin between June 5th and August 4th on the Prude matter?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. And did you ever have a conversation with Justin Roy after your communication on April 10th and on or before August 4th?
We did talk about body-worn camera video. We were in the process of, I think, getting the video ready for the Jefferson Avenue incident, the body-worn camera, as well as the mayor. I'm not sure if it was the mayor, but Justin Roy had communicated to me that he had 2 things he wanted to talk to me from the mayor. And I believe one of those things was we wanted to do a press conference sometime back in June about the 10-year-old being handcuffed on Route 104. So the mayor wanted us to prepare that video. So we, again, this was in the middle of COVID pandemic. The person who was doing the body-worn camera work was on a work share. He was working half his hours, 20 hours a week. So Justin and I did exchange text messages and phone calls about switching from the Jefferson Avenue body-worn camera video going over to the 10-year-old that was handcuffed on Route 104.
And when Mr. Roy told you that well, what exactly did he communicate to you about his need for the body-worn camera footage from the incident involving the 10-year-old on Route 104?
It was, you know, I think I sent the text message over yesterday. It was on Friday, June 12th at 11:20 a.m. Sorry, did you say hold on?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, he says, I know you are dealing with a great deal. Please call me when you have a moment. I have 2 issues from the mayor we need to address. And then I believe he called me. One of the issues was a body-worn camera video. On Tuesday, June 16th at 10:11 a.m., he followed up and says, Chief, I was told by Matt that the BWC body-worn camera of the El Bay incident would be available yesterday.
I'm sorry, could you reread that? I didn't understand it. I was told that
I was told by Matt that the BWC of the El Bay incident would be available yesterday. After speaking with the mayor, we would like to release it tomorrow. I certainly understand that today is a difficult day. Can I get an update on when tomorrow this footage will be available?
What was the date of that?
That was June 16th, and that was the day that we were dealing with a police funeral.
I see. What was your understanding of the what was going on with respect to the body-worn camera footage of the Prude incident as of June 16th?
I believe that we were getting it ready for FOIA, as there had been a request from either law department or communications. So we were getting it ready for FOIA if the decision was made for it to be released. But we were working on we were obviously working on the Jefferson Avenue incident, but then we were preempted from that incident to work on the 10-year-old who was handcuffed on Route 104.
Right, but by June 16th, it was your view that the body-worn camera footage from the Prude incident was not going to be released until after the AG had completed her investigation, correct?
Correct. We were still.
That was going to happen.
I'm sorry?
I said you just didn't know when that was going to happen.
That is correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell Mr. Roy or anyone that in order to fulfill the request for body-worn camera footage from the El Bay incident on Route 104, that you were going to have to suspend work on the body-worn camera footage from the Prude incident?
You said, did I ever tell Mr. Roy that we would have to suspend?
Yeah, like we're going to have to stop doing Prude in order to do these.
I believe it was conveyed. I'm not sure if it was conveyed by me or Lieutenant Perkowski. I do remember a time that Lieutenant Perkowski did come up to my office. We did talk to Justin Roy and that there was a conversation. But I do remember that Matt, the person who was in charge of the body-worn camera unit, was on work share. So they were doing 20 hours that week. So it would have made sense that we had to go from one incident to the other.
How long did it take for Matt to complete the work on the El Bay Route 104 body-worn camera footage, having been, as you say, diverted from the work on body-worn camera footage for Prude? A week, a month?
I think it was a couple of days. I know it was an urgent thing that the mayor wanted to get out, so we had diverted from the Jefferson Avenue incident.
Got it.
For Justin Roy.
And the press conference happened in June with respect to the 10-year-old being handcuffed, right?
I believe it was sometime in June. Yes, I don't remember the exact date, but it was sometime in June, I believe.
And when the presser happened, the video, the body-worn camera video of that incident was available to be given to the press, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, so the mayor calls you up on the phone on the 4th, and what does she say to you, and what do you say to her?
She talks about the body-worn camera video and, how she described it as murder. Those police officers murdered Mr. Prude.
This is on the telephone call when she calls you from her office?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And she's, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'd like you to tell us exactly what you recall her saying to you and what you said to her during this phone call.
Yeah, I explained to her, I said, yeah, I mean, the ME's office had came back with a ruling of homicide, as I had told her previously. And she kept saying, well, what I see in the video was murder. Those officers murdered Daniel Prude. And I said, she was yelling, and we went back and forth a little bit about what we saw in the video and what she saw in the video, and what I saw in the video. So then she said, well, come on over to my office.
How long was that call?
It was probably we talked for about, I would say 7 minutes on the phone. And it was just a back and forth of going back as to what we saw in the video.
Okay. And did the mayor appear to be upset to you?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her that upset before?
I've seen the mayor upset, and obviously on the phone, but once we get over to her office, I've seen her more upset than what I saw on August 4th.
Okay. What were the circumstances, Jen? I mean, I don't need details, just what were the times that you can recall when she was more upset than she was on the phone call?
The incident with Christopher Pate.
Okay.
There were times where I've seen her upset in senior management team, as well as, the Christopher Pate incident where we all, the deputy chiefs and I and the chief at the time were at the public safety building.
Right. So in the call, you told her, Mayor, don't you remember I said something to you on April 13th about it being homicide?
Yeah, I said the image ruling. We talked about, she was really focused on one of the officer's actions in the video, Officer Vaughn. And I told her that his actions, she was really upset about him saying scoop crazy.
I'm sorry, saying what?
Scoop crazy. And that was, Officer Vaughn reiterating what Mr. Prude was saying. So it was pretty much about Officer Vaughn's conduct, as well as what she depicted as murder on the body-worn camera.
Got it. I don't want to lose the train, though, of, did you say to her on the phone call, we talked about this at City Hall on the 13th, or did you refer back to that conversation when you spoke to her on the phone that day?
Yeah, I referred back to that conversation.
Okay.
It said, yeah, I told you that maybe he's going to rule it as homicide, and we talked about, the specifics as to why, and that's pretty much sum up the conversation.
Right. And what did you say the specifics were to why in this conversation? The same things that you have told Justin Roy and Mr. Beath and Mr. Curtin?
Well, it was just regard to homicide. We didn't go into, we talked about, the image ruling was ruled a homicide, and she said, this is murder. Got it.
So in this call, she was drawing the distinction between homicide and murder. Is that right?
I think we both were, particularly more so when we got over to her office.
Okay.
The difference between homicide and murder and the circumstances surrounding the officer's involvement with Mr. Prude.
So did you go to her office right away, or was there any delay?
No, I think I went to her office right away.
And what do you recall about that meeting?
In the meeting was Deputy Mayor Smith and Corporation Counsel Tim Kurt. And in the meeting, I remember, it was like I hadn't told her anything that occurred in the initial, as well as April 13th.
Let me stop you there. I know I asked a broader question, but I want to pick up on that point. When you say it was like you hadn't told her anything in the initial or subsequently, what do you mean by that? That it was like that? In what way was it like that?
Well, she started talking about how the officers, how the video was not depicted as to how I had described it to her. And she said that what she sees on the video is murder. She kept referencing one of the officer's eyes in the video and the conduct of Officer Vaughn when he was talking scoop crazy, and also the other officers standing around. And I told her that, some of the actions of some of the officers, well, particularly Officer Vaughn, will be dealt with in an internal investigation for violations of policy and procedure. And we also talked about how as chief, I can't get ahead of the investigations with respect to the criminal investigation as well as the internal investigations.
Okay. Let me go back and ask a couple questions. When you say that she made a comment along the lines that what I saw was not what was described to me, can you be more specific about what she said on that score?
That's what I remember, her saying. That's not how it was described to me.
Did you, that's sort of in the passive voice, did she say to you, Chief, you didn't tell me about what really happened here, or you left out this or that detail when she said that this was what she saw in the video was not what was described? Yeah,
it was the brunt of the conversation was Officer Vaughn's conduct and how the police department was going to be the death of itself.
And when she was referring to Officer Vaughn's conduct, was she being specific about that other than the comments about scoop crazy?
That's what I remember the mayor keying in on, scoop crazy.
And did she say anything about the nature of the physical contact that Officer Vaughn had with Mr. Prude?
Yeah, she talked about him holding his head on the ground.
And did she claim or say that she had been unaware that Officer Vaughn had held Mr. Prude's head against the ground?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did she say in this meeting that she had previously been unaware that Officer Vaughn had held Mr. Prude's head to the ground?
No, I remember her saying that the Officer Vaughn was using the spit sock to choke Mr. Prude out.
Okay. Anything else that she said about Officer Vaughn's conduct in terms of physical contact between Vaughn and Mr. Prude?
She said he was on his head, like he was pushing his face into the ground.
Okay. And Chief Singletary, did she say to you in this meeting at any point, you never told me that Vaughn was using the spit sock to choke Mr. Prude, or words to that effect?
Yeah, I told her that that's not what he's doing with the spit sock. He's not choking Mr. Prude out with the spit sock. During this conversation, it was, like I said, it was 3 individuals in a room. It was almost like the mayor was doing all the talking. I butted in when I could, but the mayor was doing all the talking with regard to her and the deputy mayor. We talked about the difference between homicide and murder. We talked about how the spit sock was not being utilized to choke Mr. Prude.
I appreciate that. And I want to focus on the spit sock for a minute, and then I'm going to ask the same question about the discussion of Officer Vaughn and his holding Mr. Prude's head to the pavement. I want to distinguish between what sounds like it was a disagreement between you and the mayor about what was being seen on the video on the one hand, and whether or not the mayor said to you in the moment that you had failed to disclose to her what had actually happened and what was shown on the video. If you see my point, was that allegation made directed at you during this meeting, that you'd failed to disclose, just to start with this, from her perspective, that the spit sock was being used as a choke for Mr. Prude?
Did I fail to disclose to her that?
Yes.
I'm sorry, say again. Did you what? Below.
I was repeating what Mr. Shelley said, that I failed to disclose that.
Yes.
You're saying that's what the mayor said, Mr. Shelley?
No, I'm saying, I understand that what you are saying is that you did not see that. That's not what you observed.
Correct.
My question is, did she say to you in the meeting, you never told me about that, whether you observed it or not, you never told me that that's what happened?
I don't remember the mayor saying that in the meeting.
Okay. Did she say during the meeting, you never told me anything about Vaughn holding Mr. Prude's head against the pavement?
I don't think she said that in the meeting. I described to her that Mr. Vaughn had held Mr. Prude's head down on the ground in stabilization.
Right. And that's what you told us earlier today. And now,
Right.
in that meeting, was she denying that you had told her that that Officer Vaughn had held Mr. Prude's head against the ground?
I don't remember if she denied that.
Okay. Was there any discussion in the meeting on the 4th? Strike that. Any other discussion of the physical restraints that the officers used on Mr. Prude as the mayor described them?
Physical restraints? No, you mean handcuffs? I mean, there were handcuffs on him, the spit sock, the stabilization. We talked about that.
Well, she mentioned the spit sock, and she mentioned Vaughn's putting Mr. Prude's head on the pavement. Any other discussion of the physical restraints that the officers used against Prude in this meeting?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Was there a discussion of disciplining the officers or any officer?
Yes, we talked about Officer Vaughn's conduct and how that would be handled in the internal investigation. And, you know, like I said, the mayor and the deputy mayor were saying that this was murder that they were seeing on the body worn camera video, and we disagreed.
When you say we, you mean you, right?
Yeah. Well, her and I disagreed.
Right. The two of you disagree.
Her and I and the deputy mayor.
Right. And was there a discussion about whether the officers who had restrained Mr. Prude were continuing to have public-facing duties as police officers at the RPD as of that point?
In that meeting, I don't remember the substance of the conversation that we had in that meeting August 4th about disciplining officers.
Well, the mayor and the deputy mayor.
I think she said Officer Vaughn should be fired. I believe that, yeah.
Okay. And she was accusing Officer Vaughn of murder, right?
Correct.
Was she accusing any other officers of murder?
No, she was upset that the other officers had just stood around.
Okay.
She claimed it stood around.
So the allegation of murder was directed specifically at Vaughn, right?
That's what I remember.
And was there a discussion about, having the mayor tell you that one of your officers, in her opinion, had murdered somebody, did that cause you to think about potentially taking that officer out of public-facing duties?
We had talked about it. It's certainly something that I thought about, reminiscing on the conversation that the mayor and I had, but it was never brought up again until I think September 2nd.
Okay. So even though the mayor told you that she believed that one of your officers had murdered somebody, you did not change your view or take any steps to take that officer out of public-facing duties, correct?
No, nor was I directed to. I really harped on that we can't get ahead of the investigations. And we talked about how the investigations were still being done by the Attorney General's office, and as well as the internal investigation was going on. And I talked about how COVID, I'm sure, probably delayed some of the investigations from happening because we were in the period of COVID. And as it had been August, that I don't think the officers had even been interviewed by the Attorney General's office with respect to their investigation.
So when you said you can't get ahead of the investigations, you're referring to the AG's investigation and the professional standards section investigation that your department was doing, right?
Correct.
And when you said we can't get ahead of the AG's investigation, what you were communicating to the mayor was that you did not think it was appropriate to take disciplinary action against any of the officers during the pendency of the AG's investigation. Is that right?
Well, we talked about that on September 2nd. And I think we had preliminary conversation in her office on August 4th about that. And we talked about how if we made a decision at this point, it will look like it would influence the outcome of the investigation.
So,
like it will influence the what investigation?
Influence the outcome of the investigation.
okay. So I want to make sure that I got a clear record here. So we're talking about August 4th, and you testified that you told the mayor we can't get ahead of the investigations in the context of discussing discipline against the officers. And what did you mean by that insofar as it related to the Attorney General's investigation?
So what I meant was, it's my job as police chief to be objective. I have to look at all the facts in the case. I hadn't had a chance had not had the chance to have professional standards section interview the officers, nor did there was an opportunity to interview the officers from the criminal standpoint to get their side and their account as to the actions that they had taken with respect to their physical involvement with Mr. Prude. As I told the mayor early on, that we're looking at the video separate from the investigations being fully complete, that I didn't see anything that was egregious or anything that was criminal at that particular point in time of criminal conduct that would warrant me taking the officers out of work. So we did have that conversation.
Okay, that's helpful. So would you agree, Chief Singletary, that had you, in your own mind, concluded that the officers had done something criminal, that the existence of the Attorney General's investigation would have been irrelevant? You would have taken action to discipline those officers, or at least taken them away from public-facing duties, right?
Criminal or some form of violation of policy within the department, yes.
So to be clear, it was not the existence of the investigation by the AG or the pendency of the PSS investigation that precluded you in your mind from acting to discipline these officers. It was that you looked at the videotape and did not see conduct that warranted them to be disciplined as of that point.
You got to be careful when you say I didn't warrant them to be disciplined, because the investigations had not completed. The officers had not been interviewed. I didn't have a full scope of the entire investigation.
Right.
Both the
based on
internal,
what you knew at the time.
both the internal as well as the criminal had not completed. And to my understanding, neither investigation is completed today.
I understand. I'm just saying that what I'm understanding you to say, and I want to make sure I get it right, is that there's nothing that you were aware of as of that point that warranted discipline. And the fact that there was an ongoing criminal investigation and an open PSS investigation wouldn't have mattered if you had concluded, based on your own review of the body-worn camera footage, that one or more of these officers should be disciplined.
At that particular point in time, correct. Again, the investigations had not been completed.
Was there a discussion about on August 4th with the mayor about releasing the body-worn camera footage in response to a FOIA request?
I don't know if it was necessarily a response to a FOIA request, but the mayor wanted to release the body-worn camera footage, and we talked about how that there was the Attorney General's office was still doing their criminal investigation, and Corporation Counsel Tim Curtin did check, or have one of his attorneys check to verify that there was a criminal investigation. Because I believe at that point in time, on that day, they were going to release the body-worn camera video. And I had advised them that there was still a criminal investigation going on at the time.
What occurred that caused you to conclude that that the mayor wanted that the body-worn camera footage to be released that day?
I believe it was her watching the video and wanting to release the body-worn camera video.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I believe it was her watching the video and stating that she wanted to release it that day. But we reminded that there was a criminal investigation going on at the time.
Did you advise her in that meeting against releasing the body-worn camera footage that day?
I reminded her that there was a criminal investigation that was still ongoing at that particular point in time. And the Corporation Counsel, Tim Curtin, was going to look into it as well.
And was there discussion in the August 4th meeting about the possibility of notifying the public of the facts and circumstances of the Prude mental health arrest and death?
No, not during that meeting. I remember the deputy mayor saying something about this incident occurred in March and now it's August, but there was no talks about holding any type of press conference at that particular point in time whatsoever.
Did that topic come up at some subsequent date prior to September 2nd?
No, not that I was a part of.
Okay. Did you tell the mayor that, based on your review and the information you had in front of you as of that point, that you believed that the officers in the Prude matter had behaved consistent with their training?
Correct. I told her that it was a trained technique
And what was the training technique?
with regard to the stabilization that was utilized on Mr. Prude.
And by stabilization in this context, what are you referring to?
Stabilization, segmenting. Our focus was pretty much on Officer Vaughn.
So you told
And at this meeting, I'm pretty sure I used the word segmentation.
segmentation. And did anybody ask you what you meant by segmentation?
Yes, I think based on them watching the video, they knew exactly what I meant by holding someone's head to the ground.
Did
High pressure.
come a time either in the meeting or shortly after the meeting when you provided to the mayor copies, pages from a training material that discussed the segmentation technique? Or any training materials that related to the Prude restraint?
I don't remember. I think Corporation Counsel may have asked me. I don't remember.
Was there any discussion in the meeting about there being a need to keep the facts and circumstances of the Prude mental health arrest confidential?
No,
Was there any discussion in the meeting about the need to keep the fact that there was a criminal investigation of Rochester police officers confidential?
no.
I want to be careful about the following set of questions, and I'm going to ask you to really restrain yourself and just listen carefully to the question and respond, and try not to impinge on some privileges that may exist. On August 4th, was there a discussion on the subject of whether there should be an effort to settle a claim brought forth by the Prude family in connection with Mr. Prude's death?
I know that the Corporation Counsel had told me that there was $75 million that they had filed notice for $75 million.
Right. And my question is whether on the 4th, or actually let's just say on or before August 4th, did you become aware, simple yes or no question, did you become aware that there were efforts by the law department to negotiate with the Prude family to settle their claim against the city of Rochester?
I had heard that there was conversation.
And when does the first time you heard that?
It was several weeks prior to the August 4th meeting.
And did you hear that from somebody other than a lawyer at the law department?
No,
This is something you heard from a lawyer at the law department?
no,
Oh, it was a non-lawyer that you heard this from.
correct.
Who was that?
It was another city employee.
And who was that?
It was I think Mr. Myers,
What's his first name?
Jermaine.
I'm sorry?
Jermaine.
Jermaine Myers. And what was his position at the time?
He was working as the head of security with the mayor.
I see.
As a kind of security?
Not sure what his exact position is, but
Could you repeat your answer?
I'm not sure what the exact position is, but head of security.
And what were the circumstances under which Mr. Myers informed you or stated to you that there had been efforts to negotiate with the Prude family to settle their legal claims?
I had heard there was possible talks of a settlement of $1 point something million.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the number. I'm interested in
Oh,
how did it come to pass that he communicated to you that there was a possible settlement being discussed?
it was just in passing.
And did you do anything to investigate that?
No,
Was it of any concern to you that the city of Rochester was going to settle a claim in the midst of 2 investigations?
well, I had been, it was of concern. I guess I'm not part of those conversations with respect to whether the law department's going to settle on a case or not.
As a general matter, and again, I want to really constrict myself here, would you as the chief be consulted about whether and the terms on which a police misconduct case or claim would be settled by the city of Rochester prior to a settlement being effectuated?
Would I be?
Consulted?
No,
Okay. Was it the kind of thing that you would be told about afterwards or read about in the paper? You know what I mean?
it all depends. If I may have had conversation with Tim Curtin at a senior management team meeting.
So it sounds like it's something that might come up, it might not come up. There was not necessarily a rule with respect to that. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 34.
Mr. Shelley, if this is a good time for a break, we've been going 2 hours.
I can take a break if that's what the witness and council members would like to do.
If you folks would like a break, let's 15 minutes work for everybody.
It's great.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll be back at 4:30. Councilmember Evans, you concur?
I concur, council member.
All right, thank
Thank you. I think, I mean, to be direct, I don't believe we're going to finish by 5. I do think we have a couple hours probably, not much more than that, and maybe less.
Well, quite honestly, Mr. Shelley, we have no limitations on this side, so you go as long as you want to.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Hi.
Okay, folks, we got about 2 minutes to go. If we could have folks start turning back on and returning back to it.
Oh.
Celeste, it's Mike Talon. You're doing great work.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Take care.
She is, it's true. She's done a lot of these, so.
And Mr. Celli, you'll be, can you have Scout, or I don't know if she's on yet, email me the exhibits so that I can use them for reference?
100%.
Thank you.
Or Catherine will do that.
Catherine. Sorry, Scout.
All right, it appears as though everyone has returned. I guess we're ready to start. You concur, Councilmember Evans?
I concur, council member. Thank you.
So, Mr. Celli, it's on back to you.
Thank you, council members. Chief Singletary, I want to direct your attention to what we've previously marked as Exhibit 34. And Catherine, if you could pull that up for us. And Catherine, if you would go to the second page of the exhibit, this is a document bearing the Bates numbers Singletary 137 through 139. Chief Singletary, looking at the bottom third of Singletary 138 and then over to 139, is that an email communication that you received from Mayor Warren on August 6th at about a little after midnight?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then if you go back to the first page of the exhibit, just above the mayor's communication is an email where you respond to her at 7:08 p.m. on August 6th, correct?
Correct.
And then at the very top of the exhibit is an August 10th email from the mayor to you, right?
Correct.
Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about those communications, but let me just ask you, first of all, is there anything about the meeting that occurred on, strike that, how did the meeting on August 4th conclude? The meeting between you and the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the corporation council?
I left the office, and that was pretty much it. It was an abrupt, leaving. We obviously had differences of opinion, and we left the office, but it wasn't like, I stormed out or anything like that, but we had differences of opinion, and I left the office.
Were you angry with the mayor when you left the office?
I say I was angry with the mayor, but I was certainly upset and disappointed in her.
And why is that?
Because it appeared that, there was some sort of indication that we at the police department were not doing our job correctly. And there was no intent to cover this up whatsoever. We weren't trying to hide anything. Me and my command staff did everything by the book when it comes to the internal investigations and ordering the criminal and the internal. And I conveyed information to the mayor as I had it throughout.
Well, did Mayor Warren accuse you directly or indirectly of trying to cover something up when you had the meeting with her on the 4th?
No, not at that point in time. No, I didn't use that word in that sense right then and there. But I was using that word with you, that we were not trying to hide anything.
I'm sorry, but it doesn't mean what?
was using that word right there with you that we were not trying to hide anything.
Right. Well, did she accuse you in any way of trying to hide something from her as of that point?
But she had said that it wasn't, the video was not depicted as I had described to her.
Did you understand that to be her alleging that you had deceived her or failed to inform her intentionally of something?
Yes.
And did you at any time confront her about that in the meeting?
Well, I tried to get my point across at that particular point in time. I could tell that trying to get my point across with the mayor and the deputy mayor in the room was not going to work for me. So I thought that I would have conversation with the mayor at some other point where there wasn't an audience.
Fair enough, but just to be, so I get a clear answer to my question, would you agree that you did not seek to confront the mayor in the August 4th meeting to dispute her suggestion to you that you had been less than forthright in describing the Prude incident?
Right. Well, I respectfully refuted that. I didn't agree that, it was murder at that particular point in time. And I respectfully said that we cannot get ahead of the investigations. I recounted that several times, that we cannot get ahead of the investigations. There's investigations that are ongoing. And she kept saying that, the police department is going to be the demise of itself. And I was telling her that we still have investigations that are ongoing. And I can't, she was coming from a point of emotion and feelings. And I told her, I said, as chief of police, I have to be objective. I said, I get it. I understand that. Now, one point in time ever did I make a disposition as to whether the officers did anything wrong in its finality. The investigations had not completed yet.
I'm asking a narrow question, Chief, and I'll just ask you to focus on my question, which is, and I recognize the context, you've described it well, and I appreciate that. But am I correct that at no time during the August 4th meeting did you directly confront the mayor about her suggestion that you had kept things from her in terms of the details of the Prude mental health arrest?
I told the mayor that I relayed the events to her as I had them, and that I saw it depicted on their body-worn camera video.
And that's
how I saw them depicted on the body-worn camera video.
Did you ever say to her, Mayor, I have notes that I went through that talks about what Mr. Officer Vaughn did, Officer Talladay, Officer Santiago, in detail? Don't you remember we talked about that? Words along those lines, or it's this in sum and substance communicated to her in that meeting?
No, I did not bring up the notes at that meeting. Again, at that meeting, I was just shocked at what I was hearing.
Okay, and just so to make sure I understand your point, you made a decision in your mind tactically not to confront her in front of an audience, as you said, on that subject of her claim that you had deceived her, and you figured you'd talk to her about it another time when you were alone. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever get an opportunity to have that one-on-one conversation with her where you confronted her?
Oh, we discussed it briefly at our August 24th one-on-one meeting.
Between the 4th and the 24th, did you have any communications with the mayor about the Prude matter?
Yeah, I think there was a phone call that we had.
Tell me about the phone call. What were the circumstances?
It was a phone call where I think the mayor was like, we talked about the conversation that we had on the 4th, and she said that, it is what it is, Chief. Sorry I had to go kind of that way. And it is what it is. And we talked about, my account as to what was going on, and her account was what was going on with respect to what was in the video and our differences of opinion.
And did you have an understanding of why she was apologizing to you in this phone call?
To me, personally, I felt that the feelings in the room were not as honest as they could have been with respect to Quite frankly, it appeared to be a setup to me.
What do you mean by that?
It appeared that this meeting was called after, things that I had heard and things didn't work out with the Prude family, and that they decided what they were going to the process had started to figure out what was going to be done with me.
When you say things that you had heard and things hadn't worked out with the Prude family, what are you referring to?
I had heard that there were, negotiations that were happening with the Prude family, and when things didn't work out, I think, to me, this is just what I think, that things were starting to roll in the sense of we have to figure out what we're going to do.
Who told you that things were not working out with the Prude family?
That's kind of what I had gathered when the settlement offer, I guess, didn't go through after, in passing, talking with Jermaine Myers.
And did Mr. Myers explain to you where he was getting his information about the status of the settlement negotiations?
No.
And what was the date of the phone call?
I don't remember the date of the phone call.
And how long was that call?
It was a couple minutes.
And you had a meeting on the 24th also, is that right?
Correct. This is where we talked about the body worn camera, and we also talked about, our the conversations on August 4th as well.
Okay. So I want to ask a couple questions about the exhibit. If you look at the mayor's email to you on the second page of that, Singletary 139. Well, first of all, did you tell the mayor that the police department does not initiate disciplinary investigations until a criminal investigation is complete? And I'm quoting pretty much from the bottom of Singletary 138 over to 139.
Yes, I think this is the point where, I can't remember what I said in that meeting. But as I said earlier, testified earlier, that there were times throughout where I did confuse words and say that the internal investigation would commence after the criminal investigation. That was a bad choice of words. And the deputy chief used to always get on me about that. Both had commenced at the same time, up until the point where
I'm sorry, your audio was bleeping out. So that was a bad choice of words, and the deputy chief used to always get on me about that, and then the audio kind of blurbed up.
Used to get on me about using the terms of internal investigation would commence after the criminal investigation. Both had commenced at the same time.
Right. I think you explained that the piece of the internal that was not going forward during a criminal investigation were the interviews of the officers by PSS, right?
Correct.
When you spoke to the mayor on the 4th, did you use the misuse of words as you've described it, where you said, well, we don't do an internal until after the criminal is over with?
I may have.
That would explain why she says that, right?
I may have. I can't recall exactly what I said on that day, the 4th. How I use it.
One of the things that the mayor criticizes you about is that, or is critical of, it's not of you per se, in this letter, is the fact that the disciplinary investigation cannot be commenced immediately. And I'm, again, quoting from the further down the same paragraph. I do not see a reason why any further delay as to why the department cannot initiate a disciplinary investigation immediately, right?
Correct, but the internal investigation had already commenced.
But you didn't tell her that, right? Because
I didn't tell her that?
Well, you misspoke, maybe? Is that what your recollection?
I may have during that meeting.
Did you understand the mayor when the mayor says, quote, "Had I been made aware of or seen the video footage of his actions," referring to Officer Vaughn, "by you or your command staff, I would have asked for this to be immediately reviewed." Do you see that?
I do.
Did you, when you read this, did you understand the mayor to be saying that she was unaware that there was a body worn camera footage of this incident?
No, the mayor knew that there was body worn camera footage with regard to this incident.
Did she criticize you in the August 4th meeting? Strike that. Was she critical of the fact that the command staff, as distinct from you, had not alerted her to the video camera, the video footage?
Sorry, what was that?
She says in her letter, "Had I been made aware of or seen the video footage of his actions, comma, by you or your command staff, I would have asked for this to be immediately reviewed." And my question is, did she say anything on the 4th about the fact that your command staff had not alerted her to the video?
No, she made reference to the point of me not notifying her of the video. Is that what you're saying?
Of what?
The video? I'm trying to understand your question.
It seems like she's complaining about the fact that the command staff did not communicate to her about the video, and I wanted to know whether that was something she brought up in the meeting on the 4th.
No, it was me that would have communicated that with the video, and it was more so about Officer Vaughn's actions. Should be immediately reviewed, and those actions were under review with the internal investigation with the absence of interviewing Officer Vaughn.
And in the line that says in the next paragraph, "I was not given a clearer picture of the nature of this arrest until today." Did you understand that to be a criticism of you insofar as you did not, she's saying that you did not describe the circumstances of the Prude arrest adequately?
Yes, that's what I took it as. And it was just a number of things within this memo. You know, for once, it says the DA never completed. So this incident took place in March. It's now August. The district attorney's office has completed its investigation, and the district attorney did not complete their investigation. And she stated that the attorney general's office must be near completion of their criminal review of the matter by now. And that had not been the case.
Okay. So you responded at 7 p.m. that same day. So a number of hours later with the long memo back to the mayor. Is that something you wrote yourself, or did you have assistance in writing that?
I primarily wrote it myself. Deputy Chief, did have Deputy Chief Simmons look it over, and he did come to my office, and he did add some things as well to the letter.
Okay. Do you say anywhere in this memo back to the mayor that you felt it was not correct or unfair of her to be critical of you for not being fully disclosive about the Prude arrest? I didn't see that, and I just was wondering.
No, I noticed the deputy mayor put that in his report as well, but no, I mean, it really wasn't. I mean, I didn't try to do tit for tat. I was trying to explain the process that this was not a cover up. We did not try to hide anything. We tried to be, we followed all the policies and procedures that we would have if this were as it was an in custody death. We were not trying to hide or cover up anything within the department. So this was an attempt to me lay out the actions that we had taken with respect to that, you know, notifying the district attorney's office of such, ordering the 2 investigations right away, as well as cooperating with the attorney general's office.
Why didn't you just make a plain statement, Chief Singletary, that I didn't keep anything from you? I told you all the details on the 23rd in the second conversation we had at 1:30 p.m. Why didn't you include that in your letter?
I didn't think about it right then and there at that point in time. It was more so about the process that it took. Like I said, the majority of the meeting in her office was about Officer Vaughn's actions. And then explaining the process that we took.
But the letter she wrote to you said that she was not given a clearer picture of the circumstances of the arrest. And you're the one that gave her a description of the circumstances of the arrest. So that's a pretty direct criticism of you in terms of what you did or didn't tell her, right?
Correct.
And you elected not to respond to that in your response to all the other things in the letter, right?
Well, because I believe that I did give the mayor a clear depiction as to what occurred on the body worn camera.
You didn't say it. That's my point. You didn't say that in the letter.
No, it's not written here. And in the August 4th meeting, I believe that there was no opportunity.
I'm focusing on the letter, Chief Singletary. Let's just try to focus on the letter, okay? Well, let's move on. The mayor asks you, says, let's discuss this when you return. Is that the discussion that happened on the phone or on the 24th or some other time?
Repeat the question.
Was there a discussion in response to the mayor's note to you back on the 10th? Let's discuss this when you return.
I don't believe there was.
Well, you had the phone call that you described, which was sometime after this, right?
After what?
After after August 10th, after the exhibit, the last communication on the exhibit.
After August 10th?
Yeah. If you look at the top of exhibit 34, the mayor says in an email to you, thanks, let's discuss this when you return.
Correct.
And you testified earlier that you had a phone conversation with her sometime after the 10th, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you also had a meeting with her on the 24th, right?
That would be correct.
And what occurred in the meeting on the 24th?
I think we went over, if you look at the steno that we provided earlier, we talked about
I'm sorry, if you look at the what?
steno that we provided earlier that listed mayor, we talked about some topics, and we also talked about the body worn camera directive that she had given me within this memo.
And what directive was that? That was about reviewing the body worn camera whenever there's a use of force. We talked about this earlier.
That is correct. Sending her the body worn camera video, and I explained to her the number of uses of forces that we had in the department.
Got it. Okay. By the way, were you on vacation around this time?
Yes.
What days were you on vacation?
It would have been, I think I was leaving the office that day, that Thursday, and continue. I think I was out obviously that Friday and maybe that following week.
Okay. And were you in Monroe County or were you away from Rochester?
No, I was in Monroe County.
Okay. Okay. Chief Singletary, I want to direct you back to Exhibit 1, which is the compendium of text messages, and I'm focusing on Singletary 43 is the Bates number. And there's a text on that page, which is numbered text 390. Do you see that?
Text number 90.
390. It's
390.
It's page Singletary 43, a stamped on the bottom.
Yes.
And again, since we're not showing this on the screen, I'll read to you. 390 is a message from Dr. Archie, Cephas Archie.
Right.
And it goes to you and to the mayor, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Archie says, no blame necessary, Chief. All three of us are committed to making things better. Just want to make sure I'm doing my part. I had the letter for all to review for the governor, but we'll be ready to present it on Wednesday instead. Again, lovely, my apology. And then the next message down, you liked that message. You see that?
Yes.
This is August 25th, 2020 at approximately 9 in the morning. Right?
Correct.
Can you tell us briefly what this is about? Does this have anything to do with the Prude matter?
No, it does not. This was a meeting that Dr. Archie had missed. It was an 8:30 phone conversation with clergy. We had established a meeting with clergy, and we were supposed to have a phone conversation that night with clergy, the mayor, I, and Dr. Archie.
I'm sorry.
Phone conversation with Dr. Archie, the mayor, and I about with the clergy about certain things that were going on in our community, relative to equity. And Dr. Archie missed that meeting. I think I had told him it was 7:30, but the meeting was 8:30 or something like that.
Got it. I think I have what I need there. Thank you, Chief.
No problem.
Let's go, Catherine, to Exhibit 35. This is a document bearing the Bates range, Singletary 140 and 141. And you are not a recipient of this email, but it's an email between Captain Umbrino and Sergeant Zenilovic, in which he describes a meeting that says it was a meeting with the chief today. Goes on to say, quote, referring to the chief, as I read it, quote, he was advised again, the final ruling from the AG office is at least months to a year away. The reason for the continued inquiry is once the investigation is complete, city law will have to release the BWC video in the case under a FOIA request. The feeling from 6th floor is the longer it takes, the better it is. Let's stop there for a moment. And the subject line is Daniel Prude death. Do you see that?
Correct.
Now, this was shared with you in preparation for today's testimony, but other than that, had you seen this email before?
No.
Okay. Do you recall a meeting on August 26th where you advised folks in the department that the AG's office was at least months to a year away from completing their investigation of the Prude matter?
You said where I was advised?
Where you advised, where you told others?
I think we were getting this information from, Major Crimes. Once a month, I have a meeting with the Major Crimes Unit, which is the unit that Captain Frank Umbrino oversees. And we did have discussion about doing a presentation to the public upon the release of the body-worn camera video, as we wanted to make sure that that we provided a thorough explanation with regard to such.
Got it. And so as you sit here today, Chief, you remember being in the meeting where this was discussed in late August, correct?
Yes, I remember it was one of the Major Crimes monthly meetings.
Got it. And as Chief, you have an understanding that when Captain Umbrino writes, the feeling from the 6th floor is the longer it takes, the better. The reference to the 6th floor is to the chief, is that right?
The command staff. I'm not sure what Frank meant by, or Captain Umbrino, the feeling from the 6th floor is the longer it takes, the better it is. I'm not sure what he meant by that or what led him to believe that, but I'm guessing it was probably in relation to us preparing something to have released publicly.
Well, did you tell folks on the 26th of August that the longer it takes for the AG to complete its investigation, and therefore you delay the release of the body-worn camera footage, the better it would be from your point of view?
No, I don't remember those words telling Frank that. I don't know the feeling that he got from the conversations that we had.
Whether you recall those specific words? Do you recall that sentiment being expressed by you and other members of the command staff in a meeting in late August?
What I remember is us having a conversation about when the AG's ruling was going to come out, as we did not know. There's been many rumors all throughout as to when it was going to be released, when their investigation was going to be conducted. And I think at this time, during this point in time, during the criminal investigation, the AG's office was in the process of interviewing the officers. So we knew that it wasn't going to be released probably within the next week or so. But we wanted to have, basically putting major crimes on the ready to start doing a PowerPoint for a release in preparation of the Attorney General's office having their decision or the body worn camera video being released.
Right. We'll come to the PowerPoint in a second. Just to be clear, though, as you sit here today, Chief, you do recall being at a meeting on or about August 26th, where you communicated that the plan was not to release the body worn camera footage from the Prude mental health arrest until after the Attorney General's office had completed its investigation.
No, the determination to release the body worn camera video, I think, had already been made from the June meeting that we had with Corporation Counsel. So we knew that that wasn't going to be released at that particular point in time from the June, sometime thereafter the June 5th meeting that we had with Corporation Counsel.
I'm not sure I understand your answer. Are you saying that you understood in June that the decision had been made by the Corporation Counsel not to release the body worn camera footage until after the AG's investigation was complete?
Or till the criminal investigation was done.
Okay. And then the memo goes on to say, that being said, when the final ruling from AG comes down, we as a department want to release the video to the public prior to the release under FOIA with detailed explanation of everything, probably by the chief. In essence, once the final ruling comes down from the AG, we have to release the video, so we will be prepared and have it done. Do you see that?
Right.
Is that consistent with your recollection of a meeting that you had in late August with folks from the command staff and Captain Umbrino and others?
Yes, we talked about how other departments do a presentation and talked about how we had done a presentation before I was chief about an incident that occurred with use of force and where we would actually describe and demonstrate what actually occurred.
Got it. When you had this meeting on August 26th, were you aware that the Corporation Counsel's office, the law department, had mailed a copy of the body worn camera footage from the Prude arrest to the Prude family's attorney?
I don't believe I was, no. Again, I was not part of those conversations between Corporation Counsel and the Prude estate.
Have you ever learned or heard that the Corporation Counsel's office mailed the Prude body worn camera footage to the Prude family lawyer on August 12th?
I think it was around sometime in September at our September 2nd meeting here at City Hall.
That you learned that the footage had gone out on August 12th?
Correct.
Were you surprised to learn that the footage had gone out and that you hadn't been told?
No, I wasn't surprised to learn that I hadn't been told that the footage had gone out.
Why not?
It wasn't released. Well, I guess when I say publicly, it wasn't released publicly. I just wasn't surprised. I wasn't part of those conversations. And Tim Curtin would usually, if I needed to be aware, Tim Curtin would tell me.
Would you have expected to have been told, based on all the conversations that you'd had with the law department and the mayor, would you have expected to have been told when the law department was actually sending out body worn camera footage to the Prude family?
I don't say I would expect to have been told. Certainly, I mean, a heads up would have been great, but I don't think I was expected to be told.
Would you agree that the material going out on August 12th was contrary to the plan as you understood it in late August, because the plan was to not release the body worn camera footage until after the AG's investigation had been complete.
Correct. Again, I wasn't part of those conversations.
What conversations are you talking about?
So I would have been unaware as to it was released.
Right, I understand, and I guess but you understood the plan to be no body worn camera footage to be released until after the AG. And so would you agree that this was a contrary to your understanding of what the plan for the city of Rochester was at that point?
Correct. Based on the August 4th meeting, when Tim Curtin said he was going to check with the Attorney General's office, and then he had confirmed that they did indeed still have an ongoing investigation.
Okay. Catherine, can you put number 38 up, please? I take that back. Number 37, please. Chief Singletary, quick question about Exhibit 37, which is Singletary 147. Again, this is a message, an email message between Lieutenant Sweatman and one of his colleagues, I believe John Drew. That's an officer in the department. Is that right?
Yes, he's a sergeant in internal affairs.
Got it. And it's a kind of a one-liner that Lieutenant Sweatman says, John, Chief Singletary would like us to proceed with the Prude investigation from 435 Jefferson Avenue. Please meet with me to discuss it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Had you ordered Lieutenant Sweatman to proceed with the Prude investigation on or about August 31st?
Yes, that was after I had a conversation with the mayor, and we talked about, as I testified earlier, about the internal investigation and the criminal investigations and why we do the criminal first. And the mayor said, go forward with the internal. So at that point in time, I directed Lieutenant Sweatman to continue with the internal investigation. And that meant start to set interviews up, reach out to the locals club, set interviews up to have the officers interviewed.
Was that the conversation that you had with the mayor on August 24th?
I believe that was part of the conversation. It was on the 24th or sometime thereafter. I remember vividly the conversation on the 24th was about the body worn camera. I just can't remember if it was the proceed with the internal affairs interview on the 24th or sometime thereafter.
Can you tell us, as best you can recall, what occurred in the meeting between you and the mayor on the 24th? Well, first of all, was that a face-to-face meeting or a phone call or something else?
I believe it was a Zoom meeting.
Just the two of you, or were there others present?
Just the two of us.
And what occurred?
The list, the agenda that I have, we discussed those things. We also discussed the body worn camera policy and the professional standards section. When they are to conduct a preliminary review within 48 hours, that's where she had took back the directive to not send the body worn camera footage over to City Hall. And then also sometime on this day or thereafter, we talked about continuing on with the internal investigation, which meant start interviewing the officers.
Is that something that the mayor directed you to do, or you decided to do on your own, or something else?
No, the mayor directed me to do that. And as we had talked before, that the criminal investigations were, I think the officers had not been interviewed yet for the criminal investigations. I believe they were in the process of being scheduled.
And did you object to the mayor's direction that you proceed with the internal investigation?
No, I asked her, we talked about, again, I reiterated the criminal investigation taking precedent over the internal. I said, would you like to proceed? And she said, yes, go ahead.
And that was contrary to the advice that you gave her on August 4th, right?
Correct.
Have you, I guess what I'm asking is, had you changed your mind, or had circumstances changed, or were you just at that point accepting her direction and proceeding to do what she wanted you to do?
Yeah, this was a directive.
Okay. So you still thought it was a bad idea, but you were going to do it anyways because the boss asked you to. Is that fair?
Correct.
We're going to turn to the events now of September 2nd and afterwards. And before we do that, I wanted to just ask a couple of general questions. Chief Singletary, what is your understanding of why Mayor Warren did not order or authorize a public notification about the facts and circumstances of the Prude mental health arrest prior to September 2nd?
I'm not sure why. Her and I never discussed it. Her and I never talked about it.
Okay. Same question. What is your understanding of why Mayor Warren did not order or authorize a public notification of the existence of a criminal investigation of Rochester Police Department officers prior to September 2nd?
Again, the mayor and I never discussed having a public, either a media event or notifying the public.
Prior to September 2nd, are you aware of, actually, let me ask this in a slightly different way. As you sit here today, are you aware of Mayor Warren having informed any member of the city council prior to September 2nd of the facts and circumstances of the Prude mental health arrest?
I had heard that I think the mayor said she was going to notify council president.
When did she say that?
I think it was sometime around the August 4th, sometime thereafter.
Okay. And did you hear anything further about that prior to September 2nd?
No.
I spoke to so-and-so and what I said, anything along those lines?
No, I did not.
Chief Singletary, on September 2nd, the Prude family held a press conference and released body-worn camera footage from the mental health arrest of Mr. Prude. You appeared at a press availability that day with the mayor, and you were asked what the cause of Mr. Prude's death was and whether it was a homicide. And your answer to that was, quote, "I can't get into specifics with regard to that. Obviously, there's an ongoing investigation. There is the internal and criminal, as well as I understand there is a possible lawsuit regarding this case." Do you recall responding to that question from a reporter on that occasion?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, why did you decline to inform the public on the 2nd that, in fact, the medical examiner had found the Prude death to be a homicide?
That would have been on the advice of Corporation Counsel. We had a conversation when the mayor, and prior to having that conversation, I'm sorry, prior to that press conference. So we had strategized and came up with how we were going to present.
Who's the we in that?
We met Deputy Mayor Jay Smith, the mayor, as well as Communications Director Justin Roy.
And what did the mayor say about, strike that, what was the conversation about whether or not you should disclose the cause of death as determined by the medical examiner?
I don't remember the exact conversation. I don't remember the exact conversation that we had. But typically before we do a press conference, we typically talk about how we're going to go about doing it.
And
How we're gonna go about what?
Doing it.
And am I correct in assuming from your answer that before this press conference, the question was discussed about whether or not to disclose the fact that the medical examiner had found the Prude death to be a homicide, and the decision was made not to disclose that at that point in time.
Correct.
Okay. And whose decision was that?
We all talked about it prior to having that press conference. I'm not sure if it was because the investigations were ongoing. I think that's my understanding of the incident.
Did anybody in that conversation among the people you described take the view that the homicide findings should be disclosed when you talk to the press?
I don't remember.
Did you believe that it was proper to decline to answer that particular question, or did you think that that's something that the group should have been prepared to discuss that day?
Well, I think these were conversations that I think Corporation Counsel had with the Attorney General's office that I was not privy to. So, I mean, if it was up to me, we would have probably disclosed it.
I'm sorry?
I say if it had been up to me, maybe I would have.
You learned about the fact that the Prude family was conducting a press conference and in fact had a copy of the body-worn camera footage that morning, correct? The morning of the 2nd?
That is correct. I think we also received an email from a media outlet as well, the Appeal.
Right.
Letting us know.
And in fact, there was some discussion among the command staff about whether the body-worn camera footage had actually been leaked improperly by somebody rather than having been given out as pursuant to FOIA or otherwise properly disclosed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there was a comment in one of the emails that there's a leak. So I don't know if it was I don't know if it was a serious comment or not, but I had known, and then I had to clarify in the email that we had received a message from the Appeal, and Tim Curtin had talked to me that morning that the family had, I think, probably sent it to the Appeal.
Did at any point in time, whether that day, that morning, or up to the present, did the mayor ever express to you surprise that the material had become public on the 2nd?
No, we had a
That's a
conversation.
very good question. Let me ask a better question. At any time did the mayor express to you that she was surprised that the body-worn camera footage had been released to the family prior to September 2nd?
No.
Okay. Did it appear to you that the mayor was aware that the body-worn camera footage had been released to the family, that she'd been aware of that sometime prior to September 2nd?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it your observation that the mayor, the deputy mayor, and Mr. Roy had prepared as to how they were going to respond to media inquiries in advance of September 2nd?
In advance of September 2nd, I would not have been aware of those conversations, but on the morning of September 2nd, we have found out that there was a faction that was going to do a press conference outside of City Hall. I think it was Free the People. They were going to do a press conference outside of City Hall. We were within City Hall.
Getting some reverb there, yeah.
We were inside City Hall, and there was conversation that we were going to do it in the atrium of City Hall, but then we moved it over to the City Public Safety Building.
How long was the meeting that you had with the individuals you described where you discussed what would be said in the press availability?
I would say an hour.
And where did that take place?
That took place at the mayor's conference room, room 309, third floor.
And in that meeting, did anyone express the view that the release of the body-worn camera footage could cause demonstrations and unrest in Rochester?
Yes.
Who expressed that view?
I think the deputy mayor and the communications director.
And did the mayor have any reaction to that at all?
No.
Did she seem concerned that the release of the body-worn camera footage from the Prude mental health arrest might cause demonstrations or even unrest or violence in Rochester?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, initially we were going to do the press conference right here in the atrium of City Hall, but there was conversations had that the group would come inside. So then we relocated the mayor, and the mayor wanted to do it here, but the deputy mayor talked her into going over to the public safety building because of the fact that those individuals could potentially come inside City Hall.
Now, stated in your notice of claim at paragraph 24, and maybe Catherine, if you could pull this up. That you had a conversation with Dr. Archie prior to the September 3rd press conference that the mayor conducted and that you attended, right?
That's correct.
You're sort of fading in and out here a little bit, Chief. When you had that conversation with Dr. Archie, who was present?
It was a text message that I had received from Dr. Archie. He said, I would need to speak with you on behalf of the mayor in the next 45 minutes. I would need you to answer when I call. Agreed, question mark. And that was text received at 1:27 p.m.
And then he called you on the phone?
Yes, I replied, okay, call me when you want.
Yeah, I think this didn't get picked up because of the search terms. So I haven't seen that text message. Tell me about the conversation with Dr. Archie. Just the two of you?
This was a text message that my attorney sent to your office. One of the text messages that we sent.
So many pieces of paper, I may have missed it. So describe to me what Dr. Archie said to you and what you said to him when you spoke on the phone.
My attorney's trying to pull it up. But Dr. Archie basically said the mayor will be doing a press conference this afternoon. She's going to beat you up a little bit. It's not going to be pretty. And I suggest you remain quiet, humble, and take it on the chin.
Mm-hmm. And what did you understand that to mean?
I didn't know what it was going to mean.
I'm sorry, your audio.
Not getting you, Chief.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Let me move this closer. I didn't know what it was going to mean. We did a press conference 24 hours ago that laid out the facts as to how the RPD handled this investigation. And then 24 hours later, the circumstances had changed where, for lack of a better words, I was thrown under the bus.
And is it your understanding? So withdrawn. You say in your notice of claim that paragraph 25, that Mayor Warren, this is in the September 3rd press conference, stated publicly that she had addressed with me how deeply personally and professionally disappointed she was for failing to inform her, Mayor Warren, fully and accurately about what had occurred with Mr. Prude. And you go on to say that Mayor Warren is inaccurate because the mayor had not addressed with me what she claimed she had addressed with me in her public statement, comma, unless the brief conversation with Dr. Cephas Archie was intended to serve that purpose. Do you see that?
I do.
Well, hadn't the mayor in her August 6th long email to you raised the issue of her feeling that you had not fully and accurately described to her the circumstances of the Prude arrest?
That was over a month ago. And the primary conversation, your mayor did bring it up, but the primary conversation was about Officer Vaughn's behavior.
Right. But so as you sit here now, and given that I'm reminding you of that, do you think that it's still accurate to say that it was inaccurate for Mayor Warren to make the statement on September 3rd?
I do. I do
Why
believe
not?
it's inaccurate.
Even though she had raised it with you in writing on August 6th?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know, you're fading in and out, Chief, so,
Correct.
okay.
Then,
Uh,
Mr. Shelley,
Yes, sir.
we have it marked as Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7, the text message from Dr. Archie, where it says, I will need to speak with you on behalf of the mayor in the next 45 minutes.
Hey, look. 7.
I think it's the letter, Mr. Celli. It is a letter that we sent to you. What's the date on it, Mr. Singletary?
January 28th.
January 28th contains 10 texts that we found were outside the search terms that were relevant.
Mr. Talon, I not only take your word, but I accept that everything you send me is in writing anyway, so I would never contest it. I just missed
No,
it.
no, I'm just trying to help you locate that.
Your client was very helpful. I think we're good.
Okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
good. You're welcome.
Chief Singletary, I'd like to take you to what we've pre-marked as Exhibit 41. Catherine, if you could pull that up. This is a transcript of the press availability from September 3rd. And I just want to point you to a few things and ask you to some questions about them. So let's start with page 3, line 24. This is the part that you quote in your notice of claim. And I think we've talked about that. So I guess we can go to page 13, line 19. On page 13, line 19, a reporter asks, quote, so the chief knew more, I'm sorry, line 6. So the chief knew more than what he actually told you. And Mayor Warren responds, the understanding of what the chief knew, you would have to talk to him. Do you recall the mayor giving that answer in response to a question?
I do.
And did you view that as the mayor communicating to you that you could describe freely what you had told her about the Prude arrest in response to questions from the press?
You said that I could describe freely?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't at this press conference that occurred on September 3rd. I wasn't present for this one. I was present for the one on September 2nd and the one on
I'm sorry, with the reverb, I can't hear you. Okay.
This is the press conference. Sorry. This is the press conference that I was not present for. I was present for the press conference on September 2nd and the one on September 6th. And I do believe that there was a member of the media that asked, well, why isn't Chief Singletary here today?
And did you watch a tape or read a transcript of this press conference on the 3rd or 4th or the days following, or is this the first time you're seeing a transcript?
I think this is the first time I'm seeing the transcript. I have watched the video. I did watch the press conference that day in my conference room, as well as members of the command staff, as well as I did see it on the news as well.
Okay, thank you. So did you understand when you saw the mayor make this comment about you'll have to ask the chief, the understanding of what he knew, that was an opportunity for you or an invitation to you to publicly disclose what you had communicated to the mayor about the Prude arrest?
No. And contradict the mayor and probably be fired? No.
You felt that if you contradicted what she had to say, that you would lose your job, right? I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Okay. If you look further down the page in the response to the same question, the mayor says, "At no time did I ever know the extent or that there was any hands-on incidents with these officers until August 4th." Do you see that?
I do.
And do you understand that? Did you understand the mayor to be saying that it wasn't until August 4th that she was made aware that officers of the RPD had restrained Mr. Prude?
Yes, that's how I took it.
Okay.
And I knew that was not true.
Okay. And did you, at any point in time prior to September 7th, confront her about this statement and say, "Hey, you said this in a press conference and it's not true"?
Yes, I believe the mayor and I had a conversation that evening, and I told her that I didn't agree with some of the comments that were made at the press at the press conference.
And that was a telephone conversation?
Yes.
And what did she say in response to that?
Let's see if I have that document here. At 7:37 p.m., the mayor called me to ask, "How you doing, Chief?" I explained I was taken aback by the press conference and my displeasure for the press conference. The mayor expressed to me that she was sorry and that we needed to move forward. She stated that her and I are married in this together, attached at the hip.
Wait, Chief,
That her and I are married in this together and attached at the hip, and that she pleaded, she needs me, and she pleaded with me.
I have your notice of claim. I don't mean to interrupt you, Chief, but I'm really interested in your recollection, not you reading the notice of claim. So what do you recall her saying to you other than what's in your notice of claim, if anything?
Yeah, it was some of the substance what I just talked about. I told her that, she ruined my reputation, my character and integrity that I have. We went on to discuss the evening's protests at that point.
Got it. Do you think, go to the next page, which is 14 of the exhibit. On line 3, the mayor is quoted as saying, "When I watched that video, I was enraged. I wanted to come forward that day." And then later on the same page, line 17, she says, "Now I agree with you. August 4th, when I found out, I wanted to come forward. I allowed the legal minds and the legal side to win out on my humanity on that day, and for that I apologize." Did you think there was anything false about those statements by the mayor?
Well, I mean, now I agree with you.
Based on what you observed?
Observed at the press conference?
In general, up to that point, and for some reason we keep getting cut off.
Yeah. The mayor may have wanted to come out on that day, August 4th, but she didn't. And by that time, if she says she was not informed leading up to it, she was fully informed on August 4th, but she didn't come out that day. And for me, going back to your earlier comment, I did make the mayor aware that the officers had physical contact with Mr. Prude. Again, as I testified earlier, that was my sole purpose. One of the sole purposes for calling the mayor that day. Again, like I stated earlier, I don't call the mayor for fatal overdoses that occur in the city of Rochester. This one has special circumstances where police officers were involved.
I got that part. I'm just asking the narrow question, whether you have any information that would contradict the mayor's statement that she wanted to come forward on August 4th when she viewed the video of the body-worn camera footage of the Prude arrest.
No, I believe I testified earlier that she did. and that we had told her that there was an ongoing investigation, and Tim Curtin had said that he would look into it, and he did find out that there was indeed an ongoing investigation.
So give me one moment. Chief Singletary, was it the night of the, yeah, it was the night of the 3rd that Dr. Archie and you went out to dinner and you relinquished command of the department to your deputy. Is that right?
Correct.
Had you ever done that before in your time as chief?
Never.
Okay. And why did you decide to do it that night?
Dr. Archie had came over to my office and he figured I was upset. He had texted me a couple times throughout.
I saw that. I'm just interested in why you decided to relinquish command.
Right, I'm leading up to that point. He talked about, are you okay? And he responded, Chief, and I didn't want to leave. And then at that point in time, he was like, I think you need to get away. You know, and my command staff, I think Deputy Chief Simmons had walked in and he said, yeah, go ahead, Chief, we got it.
I mean, when you normally would just leave the office for the evening, would you leave Deputy Chief Simmons or another one of the deputy chiefs in charge of the department, or you would remain in charge even if you were home asleep?
Yes, I would remain in charge, but this incident, obviously we had an active protest going on. Someone needed to be in charge. And at this point, by the events that I saw at the press conference September 3rd, I was quite frankly pissed off.
Mm-hmm. I see. So just so I understand your thinking, that particular night, there was sort of an active police activity in the city involving an important set of demonstrations. And even though you could have gone out for dinner with folks and still been in the role and taken calls and done your job, because you were pissed off, you said, I'm going to relinquish command to the deputy chief and just go out and have dinner with my friends. Is that fair?
Yeah, my command staff and Dr. Archie and a couple others felt that my head would not be in the game. You know, I told them I did not, I'm going to stay here. I want to be here. But they convinced me otherwise.
I see. Who were the others that took you out to dinner that night?
It was Jermaine Myers and his brother.
Okay. And when you had dinner with Dr. Archie and Mr. Myers and his brother, did you discuss with them the possibility of confronting the mayor further about the concerns that you had about her statements at the September 3rd press conference?
No, we really didn't talk about the events of September 3rd of the press conference much. I think they knew I was pretty upset about the event, and we didn't discuss it that much. They just wanted to get me out of the office and to make sure I was good.
Well, did you discuss the Prude matter at all during that dinner?
No, I think they really made it a point to not have any conversations relative to the events that was going on.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have a look at Exhibit 45, please? Chief Singletary, this is what we've marked as Exhibit 45, bearing the base number Singletary 205 up to 254. Catherine, if you can take us to page 22. Chief, on line 23 of page 22, an unidentified female, I presume it's a reporter, asked you, would it be protocol to tell the mayor when someone died in police custody? And you answered as yes, and I did. And the reporter then asks, and so the mayor knew? I mean, and then you say as, and the reporter says, after the autopsy came out, did the mayor know? And you say, on the morning of the 23rd, I made factual information provided to the mayor on the morning of March 30th when Mr. Prude passed away as well. The reporter, what about the autopsy? Was she informed of the autopsy report that showed it was a homicide? Your answer was the mayor just said she was not. Do you remember that exchange with the reporter on the 6th?
I do.
And why did you tell the reporter that, declined to tell the reporter that you would inform the mayor of the autopsy results and that the death had been determined to be a homicide?
Because I wasn't going to get into a public discourse and have the mayor with an eye in it back and forth. It's just not professional, and I wasn't going to call the mayor out publicly in a setting like that. So I just told the reporter the mayor just said she was not. And I think the body language that I had exhibited during that press conference, I was not feeling that press conference.
I was not what?
I was not feeling that press conference.
What do you mean by that?
I was uneasy. I was uncomfortable and didn't like how the press conference was going. I thought it was walking back everything that was said kind of on September 3rd, and it just didn't gel with me. I thought it was a continuation of pushing the public narrative of the mayor distancing herself from the investigation.
Mm-hmm. Catherine, take us to page 34 of the transcript, please. On page 34 of the transcript of the September 6th press conference, there's an exchange between you and a reporter where the male reporter says, Chief Singletary, at any time between, say, April 1st and August 3rd, did you talk to the mayor about this case at any time, any context? And your response was, I mean, I'm not going to get into a conversation with regards to what me and the mayor talked about with regard to that. I'm not going to publicly disclose conversations between me and the mayor. Do you recall giving that answer to that question?
I do.
And why did you answer the question posed in that way?
The mayor had just got up there and said that she was not made aware of certain factors and certain events. And I wasn't going to get into a public discourse and have a knockdown drag out with the mayor right then and there.
Well, this question really was about you'd had any conversations with the mayor between April 1st, as the reporter framed it, and August 3rd. And as you've testified extensively today, you did have conversations during that period. And I'm curious why you declined to at least acknowledge that you'd had conversations about the Prude matter with her during that period.
My boss just had said we had not. Mm-hmm. And I knew that was not true.
Okay. Thank you. Catherine, can you put Exhibit 50 up, paragraph 31, please? In paragraph 31 of your notice of claim, and obviously you can flip over to the next page as well, you talk about a meeting that occurred in the mayor's conference room Go back a bit if you would, Catherine. Meeting that occurred in the mayor's conference room after the appearance on September 6th, correct?
Correct.
And you say that Communications Director Justin Roy was visibly upset, and he tried to walk you through that he began to recite a narrative, including that you had never told the mayor that police officers were physically involved with Mr. Prude. Do you see that?
I do.
What did Mr. Roy say that led you to put that into your notice of claim?
Mr. Roy began to walk me down the road of saying, Chief, that press conference wasn't kind of ideal. He talked about how that the mayor said this, that she didn't receive any type of information with regard to the officers having any type of contact with Mr. Prude. And he says, you kind of neglect to tell the mayor that, right? And the 3 deputy chiefs were in the room, Reverend Myra Brown, I think Ted Capuano was in the room.
I'm sorry. Who?
Ted Capuano?
Ted Capuano from the communications office. So he started to walk me down a path that I just knew wasn't true. And he kept saying, right. And I didn't respond.
Mm-hmm. Well, why not? Why didn't you say that's actually not correct?
Because I saw where this was going, and so did my deputy chiefs as well.
What do you mean by that?
They wanted to stick to a narrative that I did not tell the mayor that the officers had contact with Mr. Prude, and that just wasn't the case.
Right. As this was unfolding in front of you, did you believe that Mr. Roy was trying to get you to say things, that he was intentionally trying to get you to say things that were false, or that he was simply repeating what he'd been told by somebody else?
It could have been. I'm not sure. But I know the words that were coming out of Roy. It could have been. I'm not sure. But I know the words that were coming out of the communication director's mouth were not true.
Okay. And you didn't do anything to try to correct or point out to him that you had a different recollection, or that what he was saying was not correct?
Not at that particular point in time.
Okay. You then talk about a private conversation that you and Mr. Roy had back at the public safety building that same afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And in that conversation, you lay it out here in paragraph 32. You say, I'm not going to lie for anyone, among other things, right?
That is correct.
Did Justin Roy ask you to lie for the mayor or anybody else?
No, I told him I wasn't going to lie for anyone. We had a discourse in my office. That was the first time Justin Roy had ever come to my office to have a meeting by himself. He says, that press conference was not ideal. He told me that you and the mayor need to get on the same page. You kind of put me in a bad spot. And he says he talked to the mayor, and she's sticking to her story. I'm sticking to mine. And he says she's the boss. He talked about how, if she has an idea, we as her subordinates kind of have to.
You tell the story in the notice of claim. I'm asking a narrow question, Chief. Did Mr. Roy ask you to lie for the mayor or anybody else?
No, he didn't ask me directly to lie.
Okay.
But I told him I'm not lying for the mayor.
Right. I know you told him that, and you have that in your statement. I just wanted to know whether he asked you to lie, and you've given your answer. He did ask you to have a discussion with the mayor after describing the fact that you and the mayor had different recollections, points of view anyways, about what had occurred between the two of you, right?
He did.
And you agreed to have that conversation with the mayor, right?
Yeah, he left my office and went back to City Hall, I assume to talk to the mayor. And at 4:33, the mayor was ringing my phone.
Right. And why did you agree to talk to the mayor about this when you knew that she had, from your point of view, made false statements about the communications that the two of you had had? I'm sorry, again with the microphone.
Because I wanted to get to the bottom as to why those false statements were made.
Well, isn't it true, Chief, that you concluded at that point that the mayor was throwing you under the bus and blaming you for the fact that the Prude arrest had not become public, and basically saying that you hadn't told her about it and that was the issue?
Yeah, her and I had conversations on September 4th that morning, as well as in the evening of September 3rd. So there was a kind of a continuing dialogue. And then when Justin Roy suggested that I meet with the mayor, I said, fine, okay, I'll meet with the mayor. And I said, you know, I think I told the mayor tomorrow's a holiday. We can meet at some point time throughout the week. I know tomorrow's a holiday. She says, no, we need to meet tomorrow.
But when you agreed to meet with the mayor, in the conversation that you were having with Justin Roy, he was basically telling you that it would be helpful to him for you and the mayor to get on the same page and tell the same story, right? That's what you're telling us.
Yes, because obviously, clearly I didn't agree with what the mayor had said in her September 3rd press conference, as well as the September 6th press conference was a push of the same narrative, but also a walking back as to the comments that she had made.
So what was there to talk about with the mayor when you were very clear that your recollection was one thing and her recollection was something else, and you were being asked to get on the same page? What could possibly be accomplished by hashing it out with the mayor?
I mean, there was a lot to be, there was a lot to be talked about at that particular point in time. I wasn't expecting to meet with the mayor that soon, but the mayor wanted to meet tomorrow, you know, so I said, okay, that's fine.
What, when you say there was a lot to talk about, what were you thinking you would discuss?
The events starting with September 3rd as to how we went out there on September 2nd and told exactly what happened with regard to how the RPD handled the investigations. And then September 3rd, something happened within 24 hours. I know that there was a meeting held that morning to discuss my employment status. There was a meeting at 9:30 at City Hall. I'm trying to figure out what changed within those 24 hours that I was thrown under the bus.
How do you know there was a meeting at City Hall that morning at 9:30 to discuss your employment status?
I was told that by Dr. Archie.
Mm-hmm. So as you set forth in your notice of claim, and you know, to be clear, that's a sworn statement. And so, you know, it doesn't help us to read it into the record. It is what it is. I'm really trying to get your best recollection as you sit here today. You had a conversation with the mayor on the 7th, on Labor Day, where you went to meet with her at the home of a relative of hers in Monroe County, correct?
That is correct.
And you arrived at that location a little after 2 p.m., right?
Correct.
And in your notice of claim, you talk about, I think you say that you were there until about 3:30, is that right?
I think it was about 3:50-ish. I think I arrived there about 10 after or 20 after 2.
Okay. Catherine, you could take the notice of claim down for the moment. I'd like to take you to a text message. Give me one moment. So if you look at in Exhibit 1, the page is Singletary 54. I'm sorry, Singletary 53. And there's some text messages there between you and the mayor starting at just after 2 o'clock on the 7th, correct?
Mr. Shelley, can you tell me what text messages those are? I don't have the page numbers on the bottom of my page.
It's 446. Text 446, if you look in the side.
Yes, I have them.
Okay, so 446 is a text from you to the mayor at just after 2 o'clock on the 7th, and you say about 10 minutes out, right?
Correct.
So that's you telling her you're like 10 minutes away from the location where you're going to meet her, correct?
Yes, I was about 10 minutes late in arriving. So.
Okay. You were supposed to get there at 2, and did you end up getting there at about 10 after 2?
Yeah, sometime thereafter.
Okay. On to the next page, text 447. She responds, okay. 448, she says you can come through the garage.
Yeah.
You see that? And you responded to that at 2 immediately. It's still at 2 o'clock. And you liked the message. You can come through the garage, right?
Correct.
The next message is text message 450, which is a message at 5:15 p.m. To Deputy Chief Simmons, correct?
Correct.
And that message says, you write to Deputy Chief Simmons, Archie is putting an email out, just leaving lovely now. See that?
I do.
How do you explain, strike that, were you together with Ms. Warren, Mayor Warren, for 3 hours that afternoon?
It was we had a pretty lengthy meeting at our uncle's house.
Okay. I thought you had said in your notice of claim that you got there about 10 after 2 and left it about 10 minutes to 4. But the message saying I'm just leaving lovely now is 5:15. I wondered what that discrepancy was about.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This was an email. I'm not sure how long it was after, but this was an email or when I texted Dr. Archie. But obviously it was an email about sending elders to assist with the protests.
So I was going to ask that question. So Archie is putting an email out now that had to do with coordinating with the elders about the demonstrations that were going on at that point?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you go someplace after you left Mayor Warren's relative's house and before you sent this message to Deputy Chief Simmons?
I had stopped by, I remember going to the public safety building for the protests. I had stopped by Burger King on, I think, at Dewey Avenue.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had stopped by what?
Burger King on Dewey Avenue.
Oh,
In your notice of claim, Exhibit 50, and Catherine, we don't need to post it. You mentioned that you called a friend at 12:20 prior to going to meet with Mayor Warren, and then called a friend at 5:30 after your meeting with Mayor Warren. Do you recall that?
I do.
Was that the same friend, the same person?
Yes. Yes, at 5:30, yes.
And who was that?
My friend Shawanda.
What's her last name?
Shawanda Martin.
Okay. Okay. Catherine, can you post Exhibit 50 for us? And I'm going to start by focusing on paragraph 38. Chief, in this paragraph, you're talking about your discussion recounting events dating back to March 23rd is what you say at the beginning of the paragraph, including your notification to the mayor, including the officer's physical involvement. You see that?
Yes.
When you recounted, as you say, to the mayor, the events dating back to March 23rd, including the officer's physical involvement, did you say to the mayor, I told you that the officers physically restrained Mr. Prude on the 23rd?
Yes, I said they physically restrained him, they stabilized him on the ground, and we went over me describing each officer's position, and that I had notified her, given the fact that the officers had involvement with Mr. Prude. And that was one of the sole purpose for me notifying her, because the officers were involved.
Did you review, prior to going to meet with the mayor that day, the documents that you've attached to your notice of claim that you say you relied on when you were briefing the mayor?
I did not.
Emails that we talked about this morning?
I did not rely on those documents when I went to go meet with the mayor.
Okay, yeah, that was my question. And when you explained the activities of the three officers, as you said you did, what did the mayor say to you in response to that?
She said, let me see what comp. She said, Chief, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Did you think that the mayor was being truthful when she said that, or did you think that she was being untruthful?
I think she was being untruthful.
And, did you express that to her in some way when in the moment?
I told her, I said, the mayor, the point is, we talked about a number of things there. And in this particular instance, I said, that was one of the sole reasons why I called you. One of the sole reasons why I called you with respect to the officers being physically involved with Mr. Prude.
And her position was, I don't remember you telling me all these things about what the officers had done. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's what she said to you. And you also described to her your report to her of the medical examiner's findings on April 13th in the basement of City Hall. What did the mayor say in response to you describing that?
We talked about the video, and I told the mayor, I said, basically, no one's going to believe that I watched a body-worn camera video and saw that the officers physically helped Mr. Prude down, stabilized Mr. Prude, restrained him on the ground, and not believe that I didn't tell you. I'm not that sloppy in my work. And the mayor said, I would never ask you to lie, but just don't mention the video. It doesn't look good. And she asked me not to mention the part where I informed her about the officers being involved.
I'm asking about what she said in reaction to your description of her, of telling her about what you told her on April 13th at City Hall. What did she say in response to that?
She said that, can I tell the council probe that I mentioned?
Can I tell who?
Can I tell the council probe this investigation that I mentioned that I didn't tell her by, I told her by the elevator, but I shouldn't have told her by the elevator.
Okay, but you did tell her by the elevator, right? Just to be clear.
Correct. I did tell her by the elevator. And she said, well, can you just not, she said, just tell the council probe that I mentioned such to her by the elevator, but I should not have mentioned it to her by the elevator, and say that I mentioned it to her in passing.
Why did you tell her this important piece of information in a public space in City Hall by the elevator? Why didn't you meet with her in her office or somewhere private to describe this to her?
We could have. This was the first chance that I had to meet with the mayor after the press conference. I sent her a text that weekend. She didn't get back to me. So the first opportunity that I had to meet with the mayor, which was after the press conference there, I talked to her. We were in a private space right there in the basement. And, we could have went up to her office. I don't know what she had going on, but she chose to stay right there and have the conversation.
Well, what you described as the private space is standing outside the elevator in the basement of City Hall after a press conference, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was just us there. And my chief of staff who witnessed the conversation, and the communications people was inside, the communication personnel was inside the office. So I just told her right then and there. It wasn't like it was confidential or top secret at all.
Did you ask her or tell her that you had told her previously that there had been no punching and kicking by the officers? And did she react to that?
I did. I talked to her about that there were no punches or kicks that's being thrown, and making references to the Christopher Pate case. You know, I told her that I know what she would be looking for when it comes to reviewing body-worn camera video. And I explained that in this case, there was no punching or kicking by the officers.
How do you explain the fact that, strike that, am I understanding you to say that you didn't show the mayor the body-worn camera footage of the Prude arrest because that footage was not something you thought she needed to see? Is that fair?
No, I had recounted the events as I saw them on the body-worn camera video, and as I had described to her based on the two documents that I had in front of me. The mayor and I had conversation about it. She asked some questions, and we had a back and forth dialogue. And to my understanding, she was okay with the conversations. She said, "Keep me in the loop, Chief."
I guess you're comparing it to the Christopher Pate situation, and what I'm understanding you to say is that you told the mayor, "Look, I know what you're looking for in body-worn camera footage, and there wasn't any here, so that's why I didn't show you the body-worn camera footage." Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. Do you think that when the mayor reacted to viewing the body-worn camera footage of the Prude arrest, that she was pretending to be upset about it, or do you think she was really upset about it?
I've seen the mayor more upset.
Okay. Well,
I've seen the mayor more upset when it comes to these type of issues. As I stated, with regard to the Christopher Pate case, and yes, I didn't believe she was nowhere similar.
I'm sorry, you didn't say again, you didn't believe?
I didn't believe she was no more, she didn't believe nowhere, I said no more similar than she was with the Christopher Pate. I've seen her very upset with that.
Let me ask it a different way. When the mayor expressed her upset at viewing the tape, did you think she was exaggerating her feelings of upset?
A little bit.
And what's your basis for saying that?
I just believe, like I said, again, I've seen the mayor upset about certain things, and this did not appear to be something that she was, it didn't appear to be that she was angry as in the Christopher Pate case.
Okay. Did the mayor ever cry in your presence as a reaction to the body-worn camera footage of the Prude arrest?
No, not that day. She cried in the presence of me on September 7th.
She what?
She cried in the presence of me on September 7th at her uncle's house.
Okay. I'm talking about on August 4th or any other date where she was discussing the contents of the body-worn camera footage.
No.
On the 4th, back on the 4th, was she cursing in response to what she was seeing on the video?
I think she might have used a curse word or two.
Okay. You say in paragraph 40, that the mayor asked you to, quote, omit the specifics of your conversation concerning the medical examiner's report. Can you tell us more specifically what the mayor said about that?
Yeah, the mayor said that she was not aware of the image report being ruled a homicide. And she asked me to, one, about the officers, say that the officers were not involved, and not to mention the video during my testimony here at City Council. And then also by the elevator, she said, well, can't you just tell council that you should not have told me by the elevator and that you told me in passing, but should not have.
What did you say in response to that?
I said, I'm not going to lie. I said, I'm not going to lie. I have no reason to lie.
And did the mayor say that she didn't want you to lie, or that she did want you to lie?
The mayor said, I would never ask you to lie, but in the same breath, during my testimony to Council Probe, she did not want me to mention the video because the video didn't look good. And that's when we had a conversation about, Mayor, I watched the body worn camera video and I saw 3 officers having physical contact with Mr. Prude. No one's going to believe that I watched that video and then did not tell you or failed to omit that during the City Council investigation.
Did the mayor express to you the idea that that the two of you as human beings viewed the same video and saw the same conduct, but viewed it differently because of your relative life experiences and things that you had brought to the table, if you will?
She did talk about certain things, yes. Yeah, she did talk about some things of that nature.
And what did she say along those lines?
We went back and forth about, she was trying to understand how I didn't see anything wrong with the video. And I told her, I said, I have to look at facts in an objective manner. I said, it's not that I don't see anything wrong with this video. I think she was thinking I was just being, having no feelings whatsoever with regard to what I saw in the video. And I told her that's not the case. I said, but what I have to do as chief of police is look at the investigations and make a determination and decision from there.
I mean, is it possible in your mind, Chief Singletary, that that in fact you and the mayor have simply different perspectives on what occurred in the video, such that she could in good faith react the way she did, and that you could in good faith see the video differently based on your life experience? Or do you think that's not possible?
I can't tell you what the mayor thinks about what she feels or what I feel. I don't know.
Well, fair enough, but you're making some judgments here and some very serious allegations against the highest elected official in the city of Rochester. And you're suggesting that she was encouraging you to lie to this investigation, which would mean lying under oath. And I'm just asking you whether you can entertain in a legitimate way the point of view that that she and you just had a different perspective on what's depicted on the video, and that's where the difference of opinion comes from.
Mr. Chelly, I know what I told the mayor back in March. I saw the press conferences that were had. I know what I told the mayor. I know what I saw in the video. The mayor asked me to withhold full and truthful information from the City Council investigation and asked me to provide false information and to omit information to support her public narrative. Okay, I know what I told the mayor back in March.
Okay. By the way, if you look at paragraph 41 of your notice of claim, you say, I told the mayor that no one would believe that neither I nor anyone in the city administration had no conversation with Mayor Warren about the Prude matter from April to August. Do you see that?
Yes.
In fact, it's true that you anyways did not have a conversation with Mayor Warren about the Prude matter from April to August, right?
That is not true. If you've been following the testimony today, I said I had conversations, text messages with Mayor Warren, and I talked to her on April 13th, and I talked to her on April 27th.
Right, so that's April. About May, June, July, and up until August 4th, no communication, right?
That is correct. But the statement that you just said was that there was no conversation about Mr. Prude from April to August. And I remember specifically a reporter, I believe it was David Andriotta, had asked her that question during the press conference.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding your notice of claim. So when you told the mayor that no one would believe that you had not had a conversation with her from April to August, you were excluding the month of April. Is that it?
Excluding the month of April, I was including the month of April. I had those conversations with her on April 10th. I had a text message, as well as the 13th, and then the 27th, when I notified her that the AG's office had took over the investigation.
Okay.
Then I told her that I had text messages and emails to verify such. And the mayor scrolled through her phone and she did find the text message on Good Friday. And she asked me, did I know I didn't call her back? And I said, I don't know, Mayor.
I'm going to take you to paragraph 44 for a minute. This is where you're describing the events of September 8th. You mentioned the senior management team meeting, and you say that the mayor asked you to stay behind on the Zoom.
I'm sorry, stay behind, did you say?
Yeah, on the Zoom after the senior management team meeting, right?
Yes.
I'm just having trouble understanding this part of the notice of claim. When the mayor asked you to stay behind, are you saying that also staying behind were the deputy mayor and the corporation counsel?
Right. And it's Tuesday morning, not afternoon. Our SMT meetings were in the morning.
Sorry.
No, sorry. It's Tuesday.
What's the significance of that? Her asking you to stay behind with Deputy Mayor Smith and the corporation counsel and her?
There proceeded to be a line of questioning about the protests the day before, about announcements being made with the LRAD, officers lining up on across Exchange Boulevard, the state police coming out of the Civic Center garage. So it was finite details as to the actions of the protest that evening. And her and the deputy mayor were, in my mind, trying to pinpoint a particular incident on somebody.
I see. So am I getting this right, that it was a discussion where you were being criticized by the mayor, the deputy mayor, and the corp counsel was present as well?
I wouldn't say I was being criticized. It was the questions that were being asked around the decisions that were made the night before and the actions of the officers.
I just wondered why you mentioned it in your notice of claim. That's all. I still don't totally understand why you mentioned it in your notice of claim. So can you help me with that?
I mean, what's to understand?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm trying to figure out what Mr. Shelley is trying to understand.
In what way is the fact that they spoke to you after the senior management team meeting about the protest the evening before, how is that relevant to your notice of claim?
Well, we had a senior management team meeting, and it was a continuation of things that were leading up throughout, I would say, the last week about the City Hall preventing the police department from, the command staff from running the police department.
I see.
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
City Hall preventing City Hall preventing the command staff from running the police department.
When did you decide that you were going to retire from the department?
It was a culmination of events that led up to the 3rd. I was beginning on the 3rd of September.
So you started to think about it on the 3rd, is that correct?
The 3rd of September, but what pushed me over the edge was September 7th. There was rumor that I was going to retire on the 3rd. I had no intent to retire on the 3rd, but when I had conversations on the 7th with the mayor at her uncle's house, I was done with it.
Okay. And did you tell your command staff on the 7th or the morning of the 8th that you had decided to retire?
I told my command staff the next morning, the morning of the 8th.
Okay. And what was, just so I have it clear for the record, what was the basis on which you decided to retire from the department?
The mayor asked me to lie and violate, my oath of office and withhold truthful and honest testimony to this investigation, which I was not going to do, and provide misinformation to this council regarding the death of Daniel Prude. And I was not going to do that. So that was the day that I walked away.
Understood. Did you, I presume you told the members of your command staff your reasoning for deciding to retire?
I did.
And did you encourage the other members of the command staff to retire or take demotions in solidarity with your decision?
I did not. I did not.
How did that come to pass?
Well, I think throughout that entire week, the command staff was pretty fed up with some of the things that were going on. When I came in that Tuesday morning, I had made the decision to retire. I explained that to the command staff, and several of them said, we're not staying here. We're with you.
What, when you say the command staff were fed up with things that have been going on that week, what were the things that the command staff was fed up with from your point of view?
The press conference on September 3rd, when I was thrown under the bus, the September 6th press conference, just the several inaccuracies that were being talked about by the mayor with regard to me misleading her by not providing accurate portrayal of events regarding Daniel Prude. Them saying that he said I died of an overdose, that I mentioned that, and never once did I say that Daniel Prude's death was a result of a drug overdose. Her being not aware of the AG and the district attorney's involvement, and also not being aware of the ME's ruling. And also this investigation here, she wanted me to withhold truthful information, and I wasn't going to do it. And I conveyed that to the command staff, saying that I had some serious concerns with City Hall, and I was going to announce my retirement.
Right. And just to be clear, you conveyed all of those factors to the command staff. Those are things that you knew from your interactions with the mayor, and you told them all about what had occurred. Is that fair?
Yes. The command staff had a great sense of why I was leaving.
When did you draft your retirement announcement?
It was that day. It was that afternoon.
Did you write that on your own, or did someone assist you with that?
I had wrote it, and I had asked Deputy Chief Simmons to take a look at it.
Did he make changes?
He made one or two changes.
Let's have a look at that. That's paragraph 45 of your notice of claim. In the second paragraph, you say, as a man of integrity, I will not sit idly by while outside entities attempt to destroy my character. Who are the outside entities that you were referring to there?
City Hall, primarily the mayor and deputy mayor.
Why did you describe the mayor and deputy mayor as outside entities? Outside of what?
Outside the police department. When I had met with the mayor at her uncle's house on the 7th, I told her and made it clear that I was done with Deputy Mayor Smith. I was done with him. And I felt that he was the one who was behind this. And I just didn't believe that the mayor was, I know the mayor was making the final decisions, but I believe that Deputy Mayor Smith was the one who was behind this. That's where I was referring to as outside entities, City Hall, based on the events that occurred beginning on September 3rd.
Got it. I'm going to ask you a question from paragraph 46 of your notice of claim. And this is where you are quoting from comments that the mayor made at the September 8th City Council hearing. I'm going to ask you if you know what the mayor was referring to, and you may well not, obviously, you're not a mind reader, but perhaps you have some ideas. You say, quote, the chief was not asked to give his resignation. I'm sorry, the mayor says, quote, the chief was not asked to give his resignation because I do believe he's given his very best. And there was some information that was brought to light today that I had not previously seen before. and I think that the chief has felt that his career and integrity has been challenged. Do you know, as you sit here, what the mayor was referring to when she said that there was information brought to light on the 8th that she had not seen before?
No, I remember calling the mayor on September 8th and letting her know, I said, I'm done, I'm retiring. It was like 3 o'clock right before the city council hearing, and advised her that we would still be getting on the city council hearing. But she had said that it was going to be rescheduled. And I remember telling the mayor, she says, her words were, wow, chief, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, you didn't deserve this. And so I imagine that she said, I was going to call you right after the city council meeting and let you know that there was new information that I had learned. I had just left Justin Roy's office. I'm guessing maybe the new information may have been that, you know, that there was communication between myself and the communications department. That I'm just guessing, I don't know for sure.
Got it. When did you begin to consider filing a legal claim against the city of Rochester?
There there were several people who were telling me I need to get an attorney. I didn't obtain counsel till I think September 23rd. So it was at some point, I think after I had heard the press conferences that the mayor had given to Lynette Adams and Adam Chodak the following, I think it was the following day, the 15th or 16th.
And I'm not interested in the substance of your communications, but the first time you consulted with counsel about a possible legal claim against the city was, did you say September 23rd?
Yes, that was the first meeting that I had with my attorney. And then I had, you know, obviously watched some of the press conferences that had occurred after my firing. And watching those press conferences, there were things that were said that just
I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm watching those.
Watching those press conferences, there were things that were said that were just not true. So I said I need to kind of protect myself here.
I want to direct your attention, Chief, to what we've marked as Exhibit 1A. And Catherine, if you could post that, that would be helpful.
Mr. Shelley, at a convenient point, I'll need another break. It's over 2 hours.
Okay. You know what, let's take, can we, I'll ask council members, would it be okay to just take a few minutes now?
How long do you need? Let's take about a 15-minute break. Well, tell you what, let's come back at 6:40. Does that work for everybody? 15 minutes?
All I would say, council member, I appreciate the courtesy. I'm very close to the end, so maybe we should just take a few minutes, if that's right. unless other folks have things to do, and then I think we can be out of here probably by 6:45.
I get it, Mr. Selly, but I'm trying to actually give people some time to walk where they got to go and get back.
Fair enough. 15 minutes it is.
All right, you concur, Councilman Evans?
I confer, council member.
All right, so let's be back at 6:40, people.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we'll be getting back to it in about 5 minutes. If we get everybody in their chairs sooner, we can get back to it. But, you know, we said 6:40. Well, it does look as though we have everyone. Are you folks ready to start, get back to it?
I am Councilmember Patterson and Councilmember Evans.
All right, well, and if everybody's back in their chairs and it looks like we have everybody, let's get back to it. Do you concur, Councilmember Evans?
Yes, I concur, council member. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Shelley. It's to you.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate everyone's patience, and especially the witness and the members of the committee. I think we're in the home stretch here. Catherine, if you would put up, yes, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1A, which is a multi-page, it's a collection of pages bearing the Bates numbers, Singletary 63 through 66. Chief Singletary, I want to direct your attention initially to the very top of the exhibit. There's a timestamp that says 9/16/20 at 10:06 p.m. UTC. And then there's a document that goes on, I believe, for 2 pages. Can you tell me what that 2-page document is? I think you're muted, Chief.
Sorry about that. Yes, this was a document that I had made notes in my phone, my Apple Notes, after I had saw the press conferences that the mayor did, well, not press conferences, the one-on-one interviews that she did with Lynette Adams from Channel 10, as well as Adam Chodak from Channel 8. So I started to make notes to myself, as I stated earlier, that I didn't agree with many of the things that she was saying in her interviews that she had selected to do with Lynette Adams as well as Adam Chodak.
Okay. Do these, on or about September 16th, were you considering giving your own statement to the press, either orally or in writing, about the circumstances around the Prude matter and your departure from the department?
I was getting notes ready in response, in case I had to do a response, whether on the advice, should I sought counsel, or if I needed to come out on my own. to kind of rebut what some of the mayor was saying in her comments on Channel 8 and Channel 10. So this was notes to myself. It was sort of written sort of in a media statement where I began to kind of recount the events as they had occurred.
And the first thing in your notes, well, first of all, I guess you titled the document media statement, is that correct?
Correct.
And the first thing you mentioned in your notes is extend condolences to Prude family, right?
Yes.
And that's because you were intending or considering delivering this or something like it in the context of a press statement or a public statement affirmatively on your own behalf. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And the first thing you wanted to do was to acknowledge the Prude family's loss and extend your condolences, right?
Yes, primarily for them going through this, it's a shame that they had to go through this because of what City Hall was doing.
Mm-hmm. And so this is, you made these notes basically within a couple days of your being terminated by the mayor, right?
Yes. Yep. I was terminated on the 14th after I had announced my retirement on the 8th, and after watching her press conferences to Lynette and Adam.
Incidentally, one of the things that you mention in your notice of claim is that by terminating you on the 14th, the result of that was that you've been deprived of lifetime health benefits, right?
Correct.
And is one of the reasons that you're seeking, that you filed a legal claim against the City of Rochester so that you can obtain those lifetime health benefits?
Yes. I worked 20 years for the City of Rochester and felt that I was wrongfully terminated. And as a result of being terminated, I lost that benefit.
What do you think in cash terms that benefit will be worth to you if you're able to have it restored?
I haven't even begun to discuss that. I'm not even sure as to what just the medical would be.
Okay. And you also believe that you should be awarded compensatory damages for the injuries that you say you've suffered for being terminated in a retaliatory way, correct?
Correct.
And how much money do you think you should be awarded from the City of Rochester as a result of your legal claim?
That's attorney-client privilege.
Well, I'm not interested in what the lawyer may have told you you might likely get. I'm interested in what you believe you are entitled to.
Yeah, I haven't discussed that. I mean, we had to probably talk to an economist and things of that nature and determine, what is a reputation worth?
Right, that's what I'm asking you. What do you think your reputation is worth in dollars and cents?
I can't say. I know I worked 20 years for the Rochester Police Department. I never had an incident like this occur until this incident with Mayor Warren.
Okay, but you would agree, Chief, just so we're clear, that one of the things you expect to get out of your notice of claim is to be paid money by the City of Rochester for what you claim to be the injuries that you suffered, right?
Whatever jury would decide, that's what I'm prepared to be satisfied with.
So going back to Exhibit 1A, have you shared these notes with anybody other than your attorney and obviously with us in response to the subpoena?
No.
Did anyone assist you in creating these notes?
No.
Okay. You say in the first paragraph or so, the idea of a cover-up was authored by the mayor and her staff. What are you referring to there?
What paragraph are you referencing?
Extend condolences to the Prude family. At no time was this ever a cover-up by me or anyone in the RPD administration. You go on about the diversity of your administration at the department, and then this line that says, this idea of a cover-up was authored by the mayor and her staff. And my question to you is, are you saying there that the mayor and her staff were blaming you for a cover-up of the circumstances of the Prude mental health arrest?
The mayor, is, in her words to Adam Chodak, said that she believed that I was purposely deceitful and hid things from her.
Right.
And that was not true.
Understood. And you're saying that's something that was authored by the mayor and her staff, right?
Correct. There were certain things that even in the deputy mayor's report that are just not true.
Who are the staff that you're talking about there?
Well, I believe with regard to the deputy mayor, Justin Roy trying to come over and convince me to stick to a narrative that I believe supported the mayor from separating herself from this investigation.
A little further down, Chief Singletary, you say, quote, "I thought the mayor and I were on the same page in addressing such until I found out different." First of all, the such that you're referring to are the issues facing policing in America. Is that fair?
Correct.
And in the next line, you say, beginning on September 3rd at the press conference and the subsequent days which followed, this is when I found out that the mayor and I were on different pages, which is why I decided that I could no longer serve under this administration. In what way were you and the mayor on different pages with respect to the issues facing policing in America?
Well, this goes to the broader point, not just policing in America. This goes to the point of the mayor throwing me under the bus. The mayor, I was loyal to the mayor. I was loyal to her as my boss. And for her to, like I said, 24 hours, something had changed between September 2nd, when we came out and did the press conference, and we had told the clergy at a church. And those were the events. Those were the facts. We were waiting on the investigations to play out. And then on September 3rd, 24 hours later, there's another press conference that I'm not a part of. I had no involvement whatsoever. And it's basically saying that me and my department mishandled the Prude matter, the Prude investigation, the death investigation of Mr. Prude. And that just was not true. Me and my command staff handled this investigation as we would have any other in custody death. I'm just trying to figure out what was the material fact that had changed between, one, the meeting we had in August 4th, as well as the September 2nd press conference, and then 24 hours later, September 3rd, where she threw me under the bus.
How do you explain that difference? What do you think switched that led to that result?
I would love to know that, Mr. Chelly.
I'm sure you've given it some thought. What's your best understanding?
If I did that, I would only be speculating.
Well, speculate for us. We'll put it down as speculation. I understand that you can't read minds, but tell us your best understanding.
Mr. Shelley, I'm objecting to his speculation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Chief.
Sorry?
You can go ahead and answer.
No, you don't have
Did you direct him not to answer, Mr. Talon? No.
Yeah, I'm the vice of counsel. I'm not answering the question.
By the way, when you you say in your media statement, your draft media statement, that you were, quote, made out to be the fall guy to allow the mayor to distance herself from the Prude investigation after she was informed of factual information I received every step of the investigation. What do you mean by that?
I was made out to be the fall guy. I mean, if you look at the press conference September 3rd and her waffling back and forth between the 6th press conference and then the other press conferences that she had with Lynette Adams and Adam Chodak, those facts that she was stating just were not true. I believe that she was trying to separate herself from this investigation.
And one of the things that she said on the 3rd, I believe, and on the 6th was that she believed that you were the right person to be leading the department at that point in time. Do you recall that?
I do.
And how do you explain that if you believe that she was trying to throw you under the bus?
I believe that there was public sentiment was not buying that story, and they had to come up with another story, and they said they walked it back.
Who's the they when you talk about they?
Deputy Mayor, the city administration, the mayor, the deputy mayor came out September 3rd. I think the comments were overwhelmingly that people did not believe that, so they came out with a different narrative.
And the they are the mayor, the deputy mayor, anybody else?
Justin Roy.
So I'm clear, I think you were pretty clear about this earlier, but did you ever use the term overdose in describing what occurred with Mr. Prude and discussing that with the mayor, that word?
Never once did I use the term that Mr. Prude's death was categorized as an overdose death, nor can I find it written on any document that is categorized as such. And I think Mr. Smith attributes that to me. But I've never categorized this, and I think the mayor said it as well, I've never categorized this incident as an overdose death.
How about a possible overdose? Is that a term that you used in talking to the mayor about the Prude death or the Prude situation? Is that a phrase you use?
I've never categorized this as a overdose death. I said Mr. Prude was likely high on PCP, and that was based on reports, that was based on the officer's observation, that was based on factual information that we received that he had taken PCP, and I believe the hospital had drawn blood as well.
You would agree, however, that when you describe the Prude incident in communications with various people in city government, you consistently refer to the fact that he was someone who you understood was on PCP at the time that he was taken into custody, correct?
That is correct.
Further down the page, Chief, there's a paragraph that says the mayor would be highly derelict in her duty. Do you see that one? It's about a third up from the bottom. The mayor would be highly derelict in her duty had she not been in the loop during a settlement offer between the law department and the Prude family attorney. Do you see that?
Correct. Yep.
And what is your understanding of practice with respect to, or do you have an understanding of the practice with respect to consultations between the law department and the mayor over the settlement of police misconduct or other claims?
Suggesting that in this statement, suggesting that if there was a settlement of 7 figures, that or any type of settlement involving that high of a number, $1 million, that the mayor would be in the loop on it.
Okay, I understand that's what you're saying. I'm asking what your understanding is of her involvement with settlements in that range historically.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so do you have any basis for knowing that or stating that the mayor would have to know or would be involved in a settlement discussion that was in the high 6-figure or low 7-figure range?
Yes, I know the mayor would be involved as well as city council would be involved
What's
in that
the
discussion.
What's the basis? What precedents exist that you observed or are aware of where the mayor was involved in those conversations?
I'm just guessing. I mean, I know we paid out several high dollar amounts before, and I'm sure the mayor is aware of those payouts.
That's just a guess on your part, as you said, right?
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty good guess.
Why do you say that asking the deputy mayor to conduct a preliminary investigation is a fox guarding the hen house?
I think for the deputy mayor to produce 300+ pages of basically just emails and reports, a lot of it was, redundant information. It was just, much of it was just incorrect as well. Never once was I, consulted or asked about anything to clarify. It's just some of the information in that report is just inaccurate and not true.
But I understand, and I accept your testimony for what it is, but isn't the fox guarding the hen house analogy something like the person who's going to do injury is put in charge of guarding and keeping something safe? And I don't see the analogy working here unless I'm missing something. Can you explain that to me?
Well, what I meant in this analogy, maybe I used the wrong, analogy, but what I meant is, how do you ask your deputy mayor to do basically an audit on who he has an interest? He has an interest.
Are you suggesting that it was improper for the mayor to ask her deputy to investigate a question where the mayor had an interest since he works for her? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I believe that there was, based on the press conferences that were had in the preceding week, there was clear motive to me that, to make me the fall guy. And based on the report that I read that the deputy mayor compiled and completed, and the press conferences that followed, it was clear that what I believe that those reports were to vilify me.
Did you and Deputy Mayor Smith have conflicts before this issue with Prude arose?
We never had a conflict. The deputy mayor and I got along, never had an issue whatsoever.
But you believe that he was one of the people who was out to get you. Is that fair?
I believe he was one of the people who helped orchestrate the narrative.
Right. And I guess I'm trying to determine what your best belief is for why he would have the motivation to do that if there were no previous conflicts between you and he.
It was clear based on the report, and obviously I believe he was trying to protect the mayor.
Okay. So this wasn't so much about you as it was about protecting the mayor from your point of view.
I think there was a lot of things going on here. Again, it would be speculation on my part, but I do believe that there was a lot of things going on here. I think there was politics at play. I think the people were trying to save their political careers.
I notice in the last paragraph on the first page, you say that you advised the mayor that there was no punching or kicking from the officers, just stabilization techniques and the application of a spit sock, right?
Correct.
And when you were preparing to make this public statement, you were not intending to describe the segmenting technique of having somebody's head up against the pavement, right?
This was just a draft of such. Again, I was cognizant that there were 2 investigations that were still going on. Whether I was the chief or not the chief, I was going to respect those investigations. This is just a draft. This was not something that I had made a determination to send out or conduct a press conference at that particular point in time. It was notes to myself in case I had to come out and defend myself because I didn't like what was being said in the media at that particular point in time. Again, this is a draft.
Right, but you didn't mention segmenting, the hypoglossal pressure point, the knee in the back. None of those things are mentioned in your draft, right?
That is correct.
You mentioned on the second page, sorry, Catherine, if you would flip it over to the next page. In the second full paragraph, the last line says, I believe earlier discussions were held with her staff if settlement was being offered to the Prude family attorneys. Do you see that?
I do.
And is the basis for that belief that you expressed there simply what Mr. Myers told you?
Yes, and there were just that there were emails going back and forth between the law department and the Prude estate. Again, I don't know what, I wasn't privy to all the emails that were going back and forth, but yes, that's pretty much what the basis was.
Were you privy to any of those emails?
No, not early on, no.
Not ever, right?
No, not, only one I was privy to was, there was an email that came out later on with respect to, I think, Stephanie Prince and Tim Curtin, and it was about the FOIA request.
Okay. You point out that in the, let's see, fifth full paragraph on this page, that you are an African-American man and that you got fired, whereas two Caucasian males, I think you're probably referring to Mr. Roy and Mr. Curtin, were only suspended. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you believe that there was a racial element or animus in the decision to fire you, as opposed to suspending you as the other men were?
No, I don't, but she made the comment during her interview with Adam Chodak that I was an African-American male. So that's where I draw that from.
Mm-hmm. But you don't think you were treated worse because of your race, do you?
No.
Okay. When you say in the next paragraph down, the only regret I have is trusting that I had a good working relationship with the mayor and that we both had a shared interest in the community, and documenting all conversations had with the mayor, are you saying there that you wish you had communicated about the Prude matter, circumstances of the arrest, and the findings of the medical examiner with the mayor in writing rather than orally?
No, this is a reference to all conversations dating back from the time that I had since I was chief, as well as the Prude incident. It's one of those situations where, yeah, I wish I would have had documented every single thing now that I know what I know.
And are there other situations that we haven't talked about today? We don't need to go into detail, but where you believe that you said one thing to the mayor and later on she claimed that you hadn't told her that, or that you weren't clear about it?
No.
Okay. In your draft, the two paragraphs down, well, you have this note that says communications director meeting and Lovely Warren meeting. What were those intended to communicate?
That was a reminder of me having the meeting with communication director Roy at my office, and also meeting with the mayor at her uncle's house.
Okay. In the next paragraph down, you write, quote, "At this time, I will stand before you and take your questions as I have nothing to hide." This is when you were contemplating making a public statement at a press conference or something like that. Is that fair?
That is correct. That, me and my department, we had nothing to hide. The command staff and I did take the appropriate steps during the handling of this investigation. We did everything by the book, as the mayor has stated on September 6th. She even stated that in her press conference on the 6th. She said that we had did everything right on the backhand or back end, she mentioned, whatever that.
I'm sorry, what?
Backhand or back end, that we had did everything right on the backhand or back end. And she said that would come out during the investigation. So yeah, I mean, to me, me and my department did everything that we needed to do. And based on the press conferences that were had and the one-on-ones that I saw her doing with Lynette Adams as well as Adam Chodak, it was just the depiction of me and my command staff in the department was just not true.
When did she say that you had done everything right on the back end or the backhand? Was that in a press conference?
Yes, it was
I think we missed that, Chief. I don't need you to cite me. If you just tell me if it was at a press conference, I'm sure I have a transcript of it.
Yes, it was on September 6th when she was being asked by reporters about it. She said, I think it was a question that she was asked, but she didn't answer the question. She said, we did everything that we needed to do on the back, and I'm sure the chief did what he needed to do.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're going too fast. You're going too
Sorry.
fast. She said we did everything that we needed to do.
That we needed to do everything that we needed to do, and that we did everything on the back end. I mean, I would have to look at the document to find the exact verbiage that she used.
Okay. We'll find that. Thank you. What did you understand her to be communicating by saying that she believed that you'd done everything right on the back end?
I'm not sure what she meant by backhand. I'm not sure what she meant by backhand.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let's turn the page, Catherine, if you would. We're now on Singletary 66. Catherine, can you flip to the next page for us? Thank you. Here we have some more Apple notes, and these are dated October 1st at 4:48, which would be 12:48 p.m. I'm sorry, 12:48 a.m. Eastern time. What is this document? I put them together as part of one exhibit, but I'm not sure they're related. So tell me what this document is.
Yes, this was dated October 1st, and this was notes to my attorney.
Mm-hmm. And did you submit these to Mr. Talon and Mr. Getz?
I believe I did.
And did you do that for the purpose of obtaining legal advice from them?
I had already retained them as counsel at that point.
Right, but did you expect that you were giving them these notes so that they could analyze and talk about them and provide you with legal advice?
As I had remembered certain things, I would make notes on my phone, and then we'd have conversations about them.
Mm-hmm. And well, let's just talk through this. The title of the piece is, "Remember, she kept saying she was going to follow up." What's that a reference to?
I think that was just because it was the first line. So that was a reference, I think, to a Channel 13 news interview that she was going to give Channel 13 an interview, but I don't think she ever followed up.
That is the mayor?
Correct.
And she was going to give an interview to Channel 13 on what subject?
This incident. I think Channel 13 had made reference that she was going to get back to them about doing an interview with them. And I think there was an article at some point in time during that time period where Channel 13 made a reference that the mayor never got back to them.
Got it. And why was that something that you made a note of?
I think we thought it was very selective with regard to the interviews that she had chosen to do, that she had just did Channel 8 and she had just did Channel 10.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a view about why the mayor did not follow up with Channel 13?
I'm not sure. I think it was from the standpoint for me that if I was talking about things, I would have talked to all the media.
Mm-hmm. Then in the text you say, to be placed in a situation where I felt the only alternative I had was to retire or lie under oath for something that was not true, parentheses, notification of officers' involvement, race stabilization, / notifications, ME's findings, / go along with a story that I covered up an in-custody death. You see that?
Yes.
And why did you make that note? What were you trying to communicate to your lawyers in that note?
Basically, I mean, I was placed in a situation where I either had to, either retire or lie. I tried to take the high road by retiring. Who do you go to when your boss, the highest, like you say, the executive in a city, ask you to withhold information from a city council investigation and provide misinformation to this investigating body under oath. I felt that I had to retire because I knew I wasn't going to do it. I knew I wasn't going to lie under oath. And so that's why the next day I had submitted my retirement.
Got it. Why wouldn't it have been taking the high road for you to simply make a public statement and tell the truth?
While I was still employed by the mayor?
Yes.
You just, and be fired?
Well, you got fired anyways, right? So
Correct. There's no win situation for me.
Well, I guess my question really is, you said you had no choice but to retire. And I'm suggesting to you that, did you consider the possibility of a different choice, which is to simply tell the truth in public?
That's what I'm doing now. That's why we wanted this to be a public hearing. We didn't want this to be testimony behind closed doors.
Right. And even though you declined to participate in my investigation for several months, right?
We didn't decline to participate in your investigation. I think
No,
my
you
attorney
refused to participate
asked for
in
your
my
authority. Excuse me.
You
Excuse
refused
me.
to participate in my investigation, and you wanted it on
No,
your.
we never did. That's inaccurate, Mr. Shelley. We never did refuse to participate in your investigation. We asked for the authority that you had. That's why we ended up in Supreme Court.
Okay.
But we agreed to this public testimony.
Mhm. Well, you've gotten that, so that's an accomplishment. But I guess back to my question, did it occur to you to simply tell the truth in public and let the chips fall where they may, Chief, rather than lying or retiring?
I mean, that's what this investigation is for, correct?
I'm asking a slightly different question. Did it occur to you to hold a press conference or issue a press statement prior to retiring and simply tell the truth? This is a simple question. Did you think about that?
Right. There were investigations that was going on that I, as a chief, was respecting. Listen, the mayor, the deputy mayor, they can speak publicly about such. But as a chief of police, I took an oath of office, and my job was to look at the incident in an objective manner and wait till all the facts of the case came out. There are things that could be said that could interfere with the investigation that the Attorney General was conducting, as well as the internal investigation. I respected that process. Because others don't, doesn't mean that I don't have to. I took an oath, and I followed that oath.
Do you really believe that telling the public that about the conversation that you had with the mayor on the 23rd and on the 30th of March and on April 13th, do you honestly believe that that would have in any way interfered with the Attorney General's investigation of the underlying conduct?
Well, I mean, that just wasn't the issue. Obviously, there was.
Let's start with that. Let's just start with that before we change the subject. Do you believe that revealing that information would have interfered with the Attorney General's investigation? Yes or no?
No.
And do you believe that disclosing what you had told the mayor, as you very carefully did all day today, in a press conference without retiring, would have in any way interfered with the professional standards investigation? Simple yes or no question.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have went public with this, probably while those investigations were going on.
I get that. I'm asking a different question. I'm asking whether, if you had gone public, is it your honest belief that that would have interfered with the professional standards section investigation?
Depending on what I was said, no, I don't believe it would have.
Let's have a look further down on the document. There's this line that you have towards the bottom that says, "Bad for me to walk away from her, so she fires me. As she stated, we need to stay together. I needed to be the scapegoat for this, as she was going to be dealing with campaign finance charges." What were you trying to tell your lawyers in that section?
we were trying to figure out what was going on as to what materially changed. What was the thing that changed for me to be fired from announcing my retirement? Was it to discredit me? Was it retaliation? Or I'm not sure. But we were trying to figure out, the only reason she would fire me, I believe, is, it was bad for me just to walk away.
And by that, you mean that it was bad for the mayor for you to have announced your retirement, and so she decided to fire you instead?
I'm not sure why the mayor fired me. I don't even know to this day why the mayor fired me. I just received a letter that was delivered to Deputy Chief Simmons and Frank Camp.
And what?
Deputy Chief Simmons and Frank Camp. That just says your employment is no longer effective.
Right. I'm really just trying to focus you, Chief, on what you wrote on the paper here, which is bad for me to walk away from her, so she fires me. As she stated, we need to stay together. Can you explain that sentence to me?
I think the optics for me to walk away after I had announced the retirement, and in the way I had did my press release, that there was a reason. It would give the reason. The optics would be that there was a real reason that I had walked away.
Do you think that people in general who read your retirement announcement understood that your reference to outside entities was actually a reference to the mayor and the deputy mayor?
I'm not sure.
Did you use that phrase to obscure your true statement that it was really the mayor and the deputy mayor who you were talking about?
When you say obscure,
Well, make it less obvious to the public who you were talking about.
well, yeah, I have a little class.
What do you mean by that?
I try to take the high road. People can see it for what they wanted to see it for.
So,
And I knew that at some point, the truth always comes out.
right, you didn't want to publicly trash the mayor and the deputy mayor in your retirement statement, right?
Yeah, I think throughout this whole incident, I didn't want to publicly trash the mayor. Given the fact that we were standing side by side at press conferences, could I have? Absolutely, I could have, but I chose not to.
And did the fact that you wanted to get to September 29th so that your lifetime health benefits play a role in your decision not to call out, if you will, the mayor and the deputy mayor in your retirement statement?
I'm sorry that I wanted to get my life. No, I had already received, I had did 20 years already. I had reached my 20 in the department for retirement. I may have misunderstood your question.
Right, but what I understand is that in order for you to get lifetime health benefits, you'd have to be employed through September 29th. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you announced your retirement, which was on the 8th, you were basically giving 3 weeks notice so that you could get to your retirement to the date when you would have the full benefit of the lifetime health care, right?
No, that's not true. Me working 20 years for the city and deciding to retire would have, the benefit would have kicked in. I was trying to give the mayor 3 weeks notice not to leave the department in a crisis. I was going to stick on till she found somebody to be interim chief. So I was giving her a courtesy to stay on and giving her notice 3 weeks, as I didn't want to leave her or the department in shambles.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding, but is it the case that it's because you were not employed through the 29th that your healthcare benefits have been are not available to you? Your lifetime healthcare benefits are not available, or is it?
No, it's because I was fired.
I see. Okay, that's I was confused about that.
And that's the reason why I kind of really want to know. To this day, I haven't been informed as to why I was being fired. So I have no other consideration other to believe that it was retaliatory or vindictive.
Well, you already gave another reason, which was that that you were being blamed for a cover-up that you didn't participate in. That's a different reason, right?
Correct. Yeah, and being asked to withhold truthful information from this council.
Have a look at Exhibit 1 one last time, and we're just about done. I just wanted to ask about one thing. I take you to Singletary 40. I guess you don't have the Bates numbers on the copy you have, but if you look at text number 374, which is August 14th, 2020, that's a message from you to Deputy Chief Simmons, correct?
Correct.
And in that message, you say, "Lovely texted me last weekend trying to make up for her showing out in front of James and Tim, lol, LOL." Do you see that?
Yes.
What were you telling Deputy Chief Simmons in that text message?
That was the conversation that the mayor and I had after our August 4th meeting. So it was a phone conversation. I mistyped in the text message. That was the phone conversation we talked about and testified to earlier.
And what was the what did you mean by her showing out in front of James and Tim?
I didn't believe that, as we stated earlier, I stated earlier, I didn't believe that the mayor was, I've seen, like I said, the mayor upset in other instances, you know, not necessarily relating to me, but again, I believe that that was the beginning of the setup, as I describe it, to oust me from the department.
Right. And what does the term showing out mean as you use it in that text message?
Putting on a show.
And
Putting on a show.
Right. And were you referring in that text message to the August 4th meeting?
I was.
Mm-hmm. And what were you referring to when you said she was, to translate it, putting on a show during the August 4th meeting in front of Tim and James? Yeah,
I mean, it's, again, we had no conversation about this. Then all of a sudden, out of the blue, August 4th, you know, we have this conversation about that I misled her. I did not give her an accurate portrayal of the events and did not relay that information to her. And basically saying that, you know, I handled the investigation wrong.
Tell me all the conversations you've had with your lawyer in which you have discussed with them what you hope to get out of this claim that you've made against the city.
Objection, and I'm directing that he not answer the question. Thank you.
Completely inappropriate.
That's there's been a waiver of the privilege by virtue of the production of documents that we've just examined him on. We'll have to talk with the judge on that if we decide to do it. I just wanted to get it on the record that I'm interested. Chief Singletary, I appreciate your patience today, and counsel. Mr. Patterson, Councilmember Patterson, and Councilmember Evans, I've completed my deposition.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley.
Well, to continue your deposition with the concurrence of my colleague, we stand adjourned.
Thank you,
I
gentlemen.
concur.
Thank you, counsel.
Good evening.
Hold on, Mr. Ms. Cohen, do you want a copy of this?
I will get it as I do through.
Through him? Okay, so you don't need a separate copy. Okay.
Are we getting an errata sheet? I had asked Mr. Shelley.
This is off the record?
Yes.
Well, yeah, no, this is just, you know,
Yeah.
at some point.
Yes, we will send you a copy to sign if your client wants to do that, and obviously make changes that are appropriate under the general rules. But yes, that's not a problem.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, everyone, have a wonderful weekend.
Celeste, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.